Hey, pre-notification gang. Coming along great, Rip. Thanks to the resub, Aimless. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks to Prime Helio. Thanks to the Bits Wars. And the resub K. Is dark and darker over? No, it ends tomorrow, I believe. So we're definitely going to be playing that tonight. I want to do some high roller runs, so I'm absolutely going to get a couple of those cooking and see how that pans out. Thanks to the gift sub Addy and the tier 1 tax collector and Prime Pog. Hope your mom's having a great Christmas, Angelic. Thanks to the resub Arcade. Happy birthday, Nick. You gonna try to beat the boss few people have? The boss? Is this the one that I kept running by? No, this isn't even the same boss. Oh, holy shit. There's still so much to the game that I have yet to explore, which is hype. There's some melon cookie in the Prime Walk and tier 1 Michael. And the resub Sully. They need a run function. I disagree. I think it's supposed to be like this. Like, if they had a run function, I think it'd be too easy. Maybe as like a skill or something for a class could make sense, but as of right now, I don't see it fitting in super well. It really looks like you need a cleric to go super deep. Thanks to resub Pizza, Adri, Buggy, and the tier 1 Wars, and the resub Omni. And give sub Carnivore, Destin, and resub Mike. I have still yet to even see Orange Gear. Nice. Rank 1 fighter. There's a tier 1 Lick, tier 1 Shawl, and tier 1 Sushi in the resub. Faco and Jack. The Bits Chowder. Yeah, I'm gonna do more Dark and Darker tonight, since this ends pretty soon. Thanks to resub Ichui and Juana, and the 5 gift subs Lick. Thank you for that. And the Prime Fights and Amaru. Ooh. You hear about the GTA 6 countdown? No, I did not actually. Thanks to the gift sub. Skip Flip and the resub Nina. And Anya and the Prime Goes and Bits Chubby. Yeah, I did see that, Chubby. Do I like Mario? Mm-hmm. Thanks for resub Malvora. Hey Fish, thank you for the 10 gift subs, man. Appreciate the generosity. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Shy Guy. Thank you for that. Thoughts on the new Elden Ring randomizer? Haven't played it yet, but I've seen some of it. It seems like it'll be fun. That's something I'll do at some point, I'm pretty sure. Thanks to the resub Stooge and the Bits Chowder and Fights. And the 5 gift subs again, Lick. Thank you for that, Lick. And the resub Lico and Bits Buggy and resub Rage. Someone beat the WoW raid today? Well, it wasn't today. That was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. But it was kind of controversial because Blizzard nerfed it while one of the other teams was asleep. While Liquid was asleep. I don't even know why I'm saying that. There's only 2 teams that were really in the running. So while Liquid was asleep, they nerfed the boss. Which was fucked up. He's a tier 1 first. And the resub Shark and Lucy. While true, the world first team beat it first try after the nerf, while Liquid took 4 hours to beat it after. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Liquid was going to win that race regardless. But still, they could have absolutely planned that nerf a little better. Thanks for resub Thick, Slender, Dandelion, Sosochi, and Panzer. And the 5 gift subs against Stooge. Thank you for that, man. What's my favorite Christmas tradition? Don't really have any. Except for my dad loves these cookies, so my mom makes them every year. It's based on like my great grandmother's recipe. Like the recipe dates back 150 years ago, and they have legitimately no flavor at all. It is actually eating a block of styrofoam, but my dad always wants my mom to make them every year. And I used to help make them every year. I went over and helped again this year. And he is the only one that eats them. Like those cookies, that recipe existed before the days of sugar existing, it feels like. Because there's nothing to them. It's like eating hard baking soda. Thanks for another 5 gift subs, Fish. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for resub Blaze, Loki, Tyler, the gift sub Dasa, and resub Firesword. Oh, and Jesus, the 10 gift subs Lucy. Thank you, Lucy. And resub Dasa and Roast, and the Bits Thick. Oh, God. Oh my God. Jesus, Lucy, thank you. What the fuck? Thank you for the generosity, Lucy. So nobody brings up the taste? What? No. My mom and I tell my dad to his face that they're bad. Like, my mom always complains, like, I can't believe I have to make these fucking things again this year. He is the only one that eats them, and we make it well known that nobody likes those cookies. I actually filmed it this year. I don't know if I'll actually make something out of it or not yet. We'll see. But it's always fun. It's a fun little tradition. He eats some awful cookies, and that's it. It's like the only tradition. We used to watch Christmas Vacation every year, but haven't done that in a while because I've seen it so many fucking times. Thanks to the Prime Shin Rising and the resub Mr. 98. Really appreciate it again, Lucy. I hope you had a great day. You just make them bad? No, man, the recipe is literally like butter and baking soda, and that's it. Like, you put that in the oven, and it makes like something that resembles a cookie but without flavor. Thanks to the 5 gift sub Zexion, the resub Metagross, Dave and the Prime, Jamaican and Bits, Oracle, Grant, Cryptic, and Clip. Yep, I'm gonna be doing Dark and Darker tonight in a little bit. Thanks for resub Dudley. Thanks to tier 1 Adam and the Prime Donkey and the resub Arab and Dudley and the Bits Clip. Do you see Violent Night? No, I forgot. Yeah, I know. We already talked about SPF. There's nothing new here. I'm pretty confident he's going to vanish. He's going to flee. But we'll see. There's no new developments on this after him posting the bail. Do I think 3D TVs make a comeback? Couldn't tell you. I never really cared for 3D. Thanks for the bits, Nate. And the Prime Pruninator and resub Joe. And the bits Serene. SPF was on a plane recently. It's all over Twitter. Yeah, he flew first class with his shoes off. But I don't think that necessarily means he's vanishing right now. Maybe he is. Thanks for resub Schizo. And the bit slug. Not often. And Tom. At least a tier 1 Abby. And the resub Gnarly. I probably won't play Valheim again. I haven't played that in a long time. It's a fine game. Like, I had fun with it, but I don't really have an urge to go back. Thanks for your sub, Smog. Did you see The Guardian put out lousiest tech boss of 2022? What's that? This is like a competition. Oh. Mark Zuck SPF, the lousiest tech bosses of 2022 rated. It was quite a bad year for the Zuck. That guy, I tell you, that metaverse. Who could have seen that coming? He went whole hog on the metaverse and lost bundles. Damn. Yeah, Amazon had a ton of layoffs and shit. Elon flushed $44 billion down the toilet for Twitter. I don't really know much about this guy. It was a good year for Elizabeth Holmes as well, finally getting sentenced. I'm not super satisfied with the sentence. I think 11 years is way too lenient for what she did, but whatever. At least it's some time. And then the classic SPF baby. A good little wrap up. That's cute. Elizabeth Holmes is Theranos. Thanks to the gift sub. First mod in the Prime. Eminem. And the bits Lucy. In the Prime Twitch. Theranos was that company where you give it a little bit of blood, it's like this little machine, and it instantly runs every possible blood test imaginable to tell you what you might have. But the technology wasn't up to the claims, so they sent out completely fraudulent things that gave people all kinds of wrong information, which literally ruined lives. People were getting diagnosed with being diabetic from touching those machines, so then they started getting like insulin treatments for diabetes they didn't have. It was a fucking mess. But it was a scam from the beginning because the technology was never there. She's also that lady who did every interview with a fake deep voice. My name is Elizabeth. It's that girl. Yeah, you dodged the bullet then, don't know. Thanks to the anonymous gift sub. This is just a list of like the biggest tech failures this year for like the CEOs. It's a bit salty. That was wholesome. Thank you for that. Hope you're having a great holiday. Thanks to the resub cousin. The resub Jothi and Brighter. Got pregnant to stall the sentencing. Yep, she got pregnant in order to buy herself a little extra time for the trial. She's truly evil. Thanks to the bits, Justin. What do you think Tory Lanez will be sentenced to? Jail? What do you mean sentenced to? I don't know. I didn't really keep up with that case. People on Twitter really like went wild on that one. Like I read a couple things from people and then Googled it myself only to immediately prove everything wrong that they were saying. So I feel like people just made up all of the facts they're spouting online. But again, I didn't really follow the case too closely. But holy shit, Twitter went so weird with it. I'd look up some of their claims where I was like, wow, that's actually really alarming. So I'd look it up, and it turns out it's just a complete lie that they're spreading. But yeah, I didn't really watch it. I didn't pay too much attention to it. Thanks to the resub Moocow and the bits Mobs and Flex and Justin. Resub DK. Wasn't his DNA not on the gun? So that was one of the ones I looked up because I was really curious. It wasn't so much that his DNA wasn't on the gun, it's that there was so much DNA on the gun, they couldn't just pin it on him alone. But he had, what was it, gunpowder from the shots on him? Or something like that? Fuck, now I'm getting spotty on the details and I just looked that shit up like 2 days ago. Yeah, it was like the residue or something. Fuck, now... It was something like that, but it wasn't like his DNA was never found anywhere near the case. GSR. Does that stand for gunshot residue? There's a prime track, Gabe in the resub, Sharts, Wiggle, and Goat. And the prime Nexus. What's he famous for again? Who, Tori? He's an artist. Musical artist. Thanks, Resub Astro. You see the video of his dad freaking out? Yeah, I did see that. He brought God into the equation. Yep, Merry Christmas. Hope you had a good Christmas. You see the new police chase? Bro, there's like 3 a day now. Hard to keep up. Mega Millions at 500 mil. Maybe this time I'll win. Hey, Godspeed, brother. Wishing for a Christmas miracle for you. Thanks to the Prime Stan. Like, I say that, and I know you have a 0% chance of winning, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, damn, what if this guy actually does win? He's a bit salty. Oh, sweet. Well, thanks, Salty. Thanks to the Prime Batman. Thanks to the Prime Juice. We playing anything tonight? Yep, Dark and Darker. Just going over a couple of things. And then might do the Summoning Salt tonight. And then Dark and Darker. Definitely Dark and Darker tonight, though, because I think tonight's the last night for it. Thanks to Resub Polite and Tofu. Mega Millions biggest scam in history. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the lottery for you. Not doing the WoW raid. I thought today was Monday. It's not. So tomorrow is when we're doing the WoW raid. We had said Monday all week, and I just got confused on what day it was. So tomorrow is when we're going to finish the WoW raid. We're on Razageth, so it's the last encounter. Is the resub illegal? The bit's terrible. Alright, give me 1 second. I want to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we can watch the Lego Star Wars World Records. I'll be right back. I'm back. I popped this in on my back and it really hurts now. Thanks for resub, Distis, Balkan, Dink, Terry, Verdi, and the Bit's terrible. Resub, Dreadnought. Alright, let's run it. So I've only seen Lego Lord of the Rings, I think. And the speedrun route for that is really fucking cool. There's a lot of really good out of bounds stuff, but I don't know any of the Lego Star Wars ones, so I'm hoping this is going to be really glitch heavy, though I'm skeptical. I imagine there's a good chance it's going to be mainly just playing the game normally fast. Which isn't as cool, but hopefully it has a great story around it. This game has insane glitches. Oh, thank God. Alright, cool. Oh, thank you for the 10 gift subs again, Lucy. Goddamn. And the 5 gift subs.
Lego
Coach.
Star Wars The Complete Saga. It's a game that millions played upon original release, and 15 years later, nostalgia is driving another wave of popularity. As more people play Lego Star Wars, a question emerges.
Why do we play it?
How quickly can the game be beaten? The Lego Star Wars speedrun has the precision of a 3D platformer combined with the glitches and tricks of a broken NES game.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And for the past few years, a dedicated community of runners have been battling each other to take the world record lower. This is the history of Lego Star Wars World Records.
I think what makes speedrunning so special is the glitches and pushing a game to its absolute limits. Like, I don't dislike games where there's not many glitches, but I just always prefer ones that have such incredible tech to it. Just introduces a whole new layer of a skill ceiling.
And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
Nice.
For years, a player named CabbageShirt300 was in search of the world's best mobile game. But then, a familiar game called Raid Shadow Legends introduced something new. In December 2022, Raid added MMA fighter Ronda Rousey as a playable character. She comes equipped with some of the most powerful skills in the game.
That's a name I haven't heard in years.
And is perfect for both PvP battles and taking on tough bosses. By logging in and playing Raid for 7 days before February 20th, you automatically unlock Ronda. It seemed like Cabbage Shirt had found his perfect game.
Interesting.
But then, something amazing happened. Raid recently introduced a special promo code RAID Ronda, where you'll obtain 3-day 100% XP boost, 500k silver.
I hope they do that for more celebrities. That'd be really silly.
Just enter the promo code RAID Ronda in game. Also, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can get exclusive rewards in Raid right now.
Hoof.
Download Raid now by scanning this QR code or clicking the link in the description.
Isn't she in the WWE?
Not only will you be getting unique bonuses valued at $30, but you'll also be helping me out quite a bit. Scan the QR code now and start playing today.
Makes the resub Bob Dole.
First, let's clear up any confusion with the timeline of the series. Lego Star Wars the video game was released in 2005, where you could play episodes 1 through 3. This was followed up by the original trilogy in 2006, with episodes 4 through 6 being playable. Finally, in 2007, these games were combined into LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, allowing you to play through all 6 episodes. While the 3 versions are all speedran today, the most popular one by far is The Complete Saga, the topic of this video. Now, the earliest full game speedruns of The Complete Saga date back to 2013, but it's a bit of a hazy timeline. See, back then there was no concrete rule set. The initial method was to play through episodes 1 through 6 in order on the game's Super Story mode, which adds a timer to the bottom of the screen and doesn't have status screens between levels. Later, runners switched to playing the episodes on replay story, meaning you can use any red brick upgrade on any level. Since these records didn't have a standard rule set, and also some were filmed with a potato, we'll skip going over them in detail. However, serious props should be given to the record holders, Poshact and Lexos,
Hey,
the
congrats, guys.
champions of the Complete Saga's early era. For the next 2 years, no records would be set. But in 2015, the community began to form once again, and for the first time,
All because of a meme.
standardized rules were created. All runs would be played on New Game instead of Replay Story.
Thanks to Prime Savior.
All red bricks, which are unlockables that give you a special ability, were banned. And you could only play with one player. Calling in player 2 at any point was disallowed.
Oh, that's
These
interesting.
rules formed the
I know
backbone
the
of
Lego
runs
Lord of
starting
the
in
Rings one uses
2015.
2-player mechanics.
And the first record to abide by them was played by SM Kirky, clocking in at 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 46 seconds.
Thanks for your overs.
Now, this might seem long for a speedrun, but LEGO Star Wars is a long game. It has 36 levels, most of which take several minutes to get through. On top of that, there are also nearly an hour of unskippable cutscenes between the
Oof.
levels. So, how did
Yikes.
SM Kirky speed the game
What the
up?
fuck? Ew.
Well, his general strategy can be seen in Negotiations, the first level in Episode 1. He
30
killed
seconds-
enemies
30
and built objects.
Jesus. 36 isn't that much. My guy, do you know what a level is? Put it in perspective. Halo, the Halo campaigns, the longest one has 13 levels. I think, right? Isn't it 13? I think it is. And it's Halo 2. No. How many does Halo 2 have? 12. Halo 2 has 12. No. Fuck. God damn it, now I'm so spotty on it. Regardless, it's like in the 10 to 15 ballpark. Like, that's standard. I feel like 11. No. It's more than 11. I know that. I just can't remember exactly how many. Point is, most AAA games have less than 36 levels, like significantly less. Thanks, Resub Flick. And the Resub Hot Thought. 36 is a lot. That's a big chunk.
Needed to progress, but beyond that, he was running through everything as fast as he could. Oftentimes, there was no need to actually kill enemies.
It's
could just
15, I'm on the
perform
MCC
tasks
right
and
now. I
ignore
got 15
them,
then.
And if you die, you quickly respawn
Resub
and can keep
SFN.
going. In level 2 of episode 1, SM Kirky showed off quick platforming, jumping through the stage while avoiding slowdowns. Another simple strategy used was on bosses. On fights like Darth Maul and Jango Fett, SM Kirky used the Jedi Slash over and over, the most effective way to drain the health of bosses. So thus far, it seems
Like
that
Resub
SM
Dags.
Kirky was still following all the rules of the game.
Those levels
He
are
was
much
just
longer
doing
than
the
7
minimum
minutes.
possible and optimizing everything
I
for
guess, yeah,
speed.
but it doesn't matter. I'm just saying
But
by
no,
pure quantity,
There's
36
more
is a lot
SM
of levels.
Kirky did we've yet to discuss. Because like I said earlier, LEGO Star Wars is a broken video game.
Okay, nice.
In level 5 of episode 2, you normally have to use one bomb to take out one side of the barrier, then go back and get a second bomb to take out the other side. However, the collision of the barrier stops extending out to the right once the right side is destroyed. So, by doing a precise spin move, you can make it around the barrier without having to backtrack for the second
That's
bomb.
cute. So it's
It's known
Simple
as the
time saves,
2-5
nothing too big
first
right now.
barrier skip,
Okay.
and saves roughly 14 seconds. In level 2 of episode 4, you normally have to build and push a block to progress through the stage. But if you instead veer off to the left and double jump off of a slope in the wall, you can make it to a platform and skip right through it. Once again, this saves roughly 14 seconds. And in episode 5, one of the biggest skips in SM Kirky's run takes place. To end level 2, you have to get on top of the Millennium Falcon, and the intended method to do this involves unlocking a door to release animals and jumping off of their backs. Instead, SM Kirky precisely spaced a double jump to barely reach the top early.
That seems
saving
pretty easy to
40
find.
seconds.
Nice.
In all, there were more than a dozen.
I still really want to push a game to its limits that no one else has done. I'm still heartbroken that for Amok Runner, my skip didn't work because the fucking game's programming didn't actually load in the final cutscene. Like, I found a way to skip from the beginning of Amok Runner to the very last second of the game, right off rip, but the game is so shit, it didn't load in the final cutscene, so the trigger doesn't work. I'm still devastated. And no one else besides me gives a shit about that game, so there's no one trying to figure out how to make it work. So it's just gonna be dead. My skip will never be fully realized. I fucking love finding little skips and shit in speedruns. It's so rewarding. Thanks to Tier 1, Snake Spear, and the resub Bad Encounter, Josh, Estiva, and the Prime Legend, and Chosen.
And tricks like this across the run, adding up to minutes of time save. There's honestly too many of them to go over in depth here, but many of them followed the same pattern. Doing a precise jump somewhere you're not supposed to in order to skip doing something else that would take longer. We'll see more of these tricks later. But as a whole, SM Kirky's run was on another level compared to the runs from 2013.
Hey, congrats, Y2K.
Fewer mistakes, more tricks, and a cleaner speedrun overall. It was a great starting point, and it stood as the record for almost a year. But in mid-2016, along came a player known as TSG. And what TSG did
That guy
to the
sounds
world
like a
record
gamer.
was this.
Thanks to Resub Gullible.
In 2016, a runner named TSG came onto the scene. By June, he'd have the world record. And over the next year, he'd do that 9 more times. His dominance can be attributed to a few things. First, his skill level was well beyond that of any other runner. The only one who was close was SM Kirky, but he couldn't catch up. Second, this was an incredibly active period of discovery for the game. You'll see soon how many new tricks TSG was able to use. And third, TSG played the game on PC. This wasn't fully known at the time,
The PC
but
Master
running
Race.
the game on PC is much faster than any other version, mainly from having faster load times.
Yeah, I feel like that should have been common
TSG's
sense.
first record was a 341.17, and after the first level, he was presented with the option to
There's a
save or
big
not.
Tier 2 hoof.
After you
Thank
save
hoof.
for the first time, you lose a couple seconds from auto-saving after every level. However, it does allow you to reset the game before a cutscene plays at the end of each episode, since your progress is saved before then. This allows you to more quickly start the next episode instead of watching a long
Okay.
cutscene, especially after episodes 3 and 5. And the time save is further compounded from the fast resetting that you can do on PC. And of course, he had a plethora of new strategies to use, particularly in episode 5.
Thanks to
One
Resub
was in stage
Lily
5-2.
Newbie
C-3PO
and Mobile,
can't
the
jump,
Prime Cell
so you
Sword.
normally have to build a cart to take him up this ledge. But instead, TSG just punched him and pushed him up, saving roughly 22 seconds from not having to use the cart.
That's a fucking cool strat.
And in
Alright,
5-4,
I like that.
you normally have to have Yoda teach Luke the Force and build bridges for R2 to use. But why do that when you can just use bad collision detection in the wall and get up anyway? This was discovered by Grubo, and saves a solid 30 seconds. But the most notable trick in the run was one known as DV3, short for Darth Vader 3. In this form of the fight, you're supposed to deflect objects into Darth Vader, then eventually glass comes down and you can jump across. However, it's just barely possible to jump across without the
frame
glass,
perfect.
meaning you can skip the entire fight. You have 3 frames of leeway between the 2 jumps in the double jump, and it was easily the most difficult trick in the run. but if done properly, you would save over 70 seconds from not having to fight Darth Vader. And thanks to these 3 tricks and more, despite having some big slowdowns, TSG had his first world record.
Samiris, Pixel,
His record streak would
Idolane, and
continue
Split.
over the following weeks, and the run had a couple major changes. First, he changed the episode order, playing episode 5 last. Players were allowed to play them in any order they wanted, but putting episode 5 at the end was beneficial since its ending cutscene was the longest, and timing stops before the cutscene plays. This way, it's not included anywhere in the final time. And the second change was the removal of a leaderboard rule. Red bricks were no longer banned. That meant he could use certain unlockables as he found them throughout the game. The 2 big ones he used were exploding blaster bolts, which lets you kill some enemies quicker and blow up certain barriers, and infinite torpedoes, which means you always have them behind you in the flying levels and don't have to go pick them up. Having these 2 upgrades across much of the run saved several minutes, and when combined with better
I figured
execution
that would
of
be
other
bigger
tricks,
time saves.
allowed TSG to take the record under 3 hours and 30 minutes. New strategies were also getting discovered left and right, and in late 2016, one of the most obvious oversights from the developers was found by a player named Osamnol. On the last level of episode 1, you're supposed to fight Darth Maul by forcing objects into him. But over on the right, there's a lamp, and for some reason, everything below the lamp is considered by the game to be out of bounds. You can stand and jump in any out of bounds area,
As you said, Professor.
so it's possible to just jump off the wall to the top of the lamp and across to the other side. As simple as
Nice.
that, you could save 30 seconds. By April 2017, TSG had taken the record to 3 hours and 24 minutes, and with
Man's just
second
playing by
place
himself
more
out
than
here.
7 minutes behind, he was in full control of the world record. However, in May, a key rule was lifted. Back in August 2016, the ban on red bricks was lifted, and now
That was a
players
big
were
day for all of
allowed to
us.
call in the second player.
Oh, let's
Welcome
go!
to the world of 1 player 2 controller strats.
So this is where it was really cool in LEGO Lord of the Rings with what you could do with the 2-player strats.
So what's the benefit of using a second player? Well, LEGO Star Wars was designed to be a 2-player game, and some sections can be completed much faster with the second player. In 4-5, for instance, if you have 1 player, you're supposed to build a cart to go over buttons fast enough before they turn red. But if you're using 2 players, no need for the cart. There's a couple sets of these buttons in 4-5, and if you skip using the cart for both, you save a full minute. However, you're not allowed to have a physical second player to help you out. You have to do everything
Thanks to the
alone.
resub cannoli.
So, whenever you want to call in player 2, you have to control them both at the same time. It's known as 1 player 2 controllers, or 1P2C. And on PC,
I like that, that's cool.
there's 3 options.
Makes
for
it sound
this.
really intense.
You can use 2 controllers, you can use 2 parts of the keyboard, or you can use a keyboard and a controller. Most runners nowadays go with the keyboard controller method, but in June 2017, TSG set a record with the controller method. The only point TSG used 1P2C in the run was in 4-5, but the community knew there could be applications elsewhere. Less than a month after TSG's run, it would be beaten by a new player, Rauschmore. He had been a
a new
contender
face.
for a
Welcome,
while, but
welcome.
rapidly improved his personal best in mid-2017 to take the top spot. He too used 1P2C in stage 4-5, and thanks to a couple new strategies in episode 6, pulled ahead for a new world record by 90 seconds. However, TSG was up to the task, and just a week later he took the record back. By the end of the year, TSG's time was down to 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 30 seconds.
How many players can you
The
have? Just 2.
319 run had a
two-player
notable
game.
new trick in the first phase of the
Here,
Darth.
to show you what I keep referencing this, so I might as well show you what I mean. In LEGO Lord of the Rings, it has an actual pretty cool speedrun I was considering doing that uses this same method. I don't remember what the world record time is, though. Or, oh, it's Hobbit. Sorry. Lego the Hobbit, not Lego Lord of the Rings. So what you can do with the two-player method here is you can blast yourself out of bounds. Where is it? Somewhere over here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Back in the Shire. And then you can eventually get like a huge launch, and then you just go through the entire game just outside of the map. It's a long, long trek. But you complete the game after that, and it's really cool. I still might speedrun this. I think I probably will. It's a short one. It's only 10 minutes. Like, I might as well at least get on the leaderboard. Thanks the resub e-girl. Maybe that'll be the next one I speedrun. Turning the game into open world. Yeah, it's cool. You just go right to the end, you hit another one of these clips, and then you're through. That's the route. Why do you like this and not Elden Rings? I love the Elden Ring speedrun. What are you talking about? I didn't like Elden Ring zip speedruns. Nobody did. Like, I don't think there's anything super cool. It's cool, but I don't think it's super fun with the zips. Like, I'm just not a huge fan of the zips. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, it's this. But prior to the zips being the common run, I loved it. I speedran the fuck out of this for like 2 weeks. Motherfucker using a metronome? Well, you have to. It's extremely precise, so you gotta use the metronome. Thanks, resub. None. Isn't zips only allowed in one category? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's the unrestricted category. It's right there.
Vader fight. After dealing 2 hearts of damage, Darth Vader...
How does that work? I don't remember the technical explanation, but what's really cool about zips, and I think it's fascinating, is it's something people found by complete accident because it's a problem with the game itself. If you have your shield up and you just happen to slightly move forward on the perfect frame, you just get launched. It's just something that's in the game.
Jumps around and won't knock Luke's Stormtrooper helmet off. You
can
then use R2 to precisely land on the white part of the panel, then fly and avoid a death plane to barely make it to the other side. Once there, you activate a platform for Luke, and open the door with the Stormtrooper helmet to skip nearly the entire fight. The trick, nicknamed DV1, saves 45 seconds and was discovered by a runner named Zolas. When combined with DV3, it was quite evident that stage 5-5 was becoming the most critical point of the run. Speaking of Zolas, he would set the game's next record, a 3:16:12. He implemented 1P2C across the run more.
Okay, this is on my brain, so I want to vocalize it. This is just getting all the neurons firing, and I can't let go of my AMOC runner thing. I think what might be fun, I'm not sure I'll pull the trigger on it, but I at least want to put the idea out there. I think what would be really a fun thing to do, since we haven't done a bounty in a while, is just choose a dog shit game like that, and then put a bounty on it, like, whoever has the fastest speedrun time in this game after a month gets 10 grand. And hopefully that would incentivize people to run it and find incredible routes and maybe end up with a really fun speed game, and just keep changing the target for that every every month. I think that might be a fun idea. Don't know if I'll fully commit to that, but I at least want to put the idea out there as something that I think could be an interesting idea. Just keep trying to find great speed games, cool tech, and just making a fun event out of it.
More small time saves, like deflecting shots so that R4 could safely activate the panel in 2-2, and others were more substantial.
Yeah, Jervalen did
In
the Halo 2 lasso
4-5,
bounty.
You could
It
now
was
use
unbelievably hype.
Chewbacca to activate the elevator and ride it immediately, instead of having to use Han Solo and wait for its second cycle. A time save of about 12 seconds. But interestingly, Zolas played the game
I'm gonna write
on
that fucking
Wii.
idea down before I forget it. I think that'll be fun. Okay.
We know from before that this is slower than the PC version, but there's another consideration to be made. The Wii version requires using both the Wii Remote and the Nunchuck, so to do 1P2C, you need to juggle 4 controllers at
Yikes.
once.
Sounds awful.
Still, Zolas was able to pull it off, with a world record by over 3 minutes. TSG
played on
followed
Ultra
this
Nightmare
up
mode.
a few months later with a 3:14:28. It was notable for implementing yet another trick into level 5-5. DV1 and DV3 already had skips, and now, Darth Vader's 4th form did as well. It was possible to do a couple of precise double jumps, and skip having to use the Force and having to use R2. They have the potential to save about 7 seconds, and just added to the skill needed in 5-5. Episode 5 as a whole was becoming really brutal, and since it has the longest end cutscene, it had to be at the very end of the run. So let's take a look at our timeline so far.
Things are the bits
TSG
breeze.
started dominating in mid-2016.
Just haven't seen Whale yet,
and
man.
although he
I just haven't had
twice
the
lost the
chance. I
record
need to see it, though.
Rauschmore and Zolas, he'd always been able to fight back. 2 years later, his name was still on top of the leaderboard. But TSG's 3:14 from June 2018 would be the last record he would ever set. The game was about to enter a new era, because in October 2018, Rauschmore did this.
Oof. Jesus, Rauschmore. Have mercy.
Over the span of just 3 weeks, Rauschmore took the record from a 3:14 down to a 3:09. The key was the rapid discovery of new tricks by a runner named L-Tree. Tricks that would save up to 8 minutes.
Oof.
And the first
Is it
one
movement tech?
is really stupid. In 6-5, killing the Emperor normally takes a substantial amount of time. However, if you lure him over to the corner and die intentionally, upon respawning, you can just push him off the edge.
That's hype.
It skips the remainder of
Wait,
the
that's
fight
so
and
cool.
saves 45 seconds.
Good discovery.
Later, it was
L-Tree,
discovered
more like
you could push him
W-Tree,
off
that's
at the
hype.
start of the fight by calling in player 2. It saves an additional minute and is known as the Ultra Kill. Another simple boss skip was found in 4-3. You can skip the spy fight by using the Force on R2.
Resub Leon and
This
Mango.
pushes him past the trigger to start the fight, and if you call him in after, you can just go in the open door and save about 50 seconds. But the real big time save was in 6-3. In this level, you're supposed to hop in your speeder and drive through the roughly 5-minute course. Instead, if you go into the corner of the end barrier with both players, player 1 gets placed above player 2, and you can do a 360 to make it over the barrier. This activates the end of the course, and you can skip the entire thing to save several
That's
minutes.
so good.
These discoveries helped lead to 4 consecutive records from Rauschmore.
What I love, so I have a love-hate with really long routes for speedrun, but what I find most impressive is the memorization of every trick, because that's a lot that you have to keep track of. The longest speedrun I've ever done is Psychonauts, and that's about an hour. I think the world record's like sub 50 now, but when I was running it, the record was about an hour, and I was pretty active with it. And trying to keep track of the tricks, when to use them, how to do them, where to do them, and being super precise and even frame perfect at times is unreal. Especially after like 20, 30 minutes worth of already going through a run. The stakes are just so goddamn high. What is the Psychonauts world record much lower than an hour now? Why did I get hit with question marks? Oh my, wait, what? 30 minutes. Holy shit. Well, Okay. That'll do it. Thanks to Tier 1 Cappy and the resub MCR and the Prime Callum. What new stuff did they discover? Glad to see it's still active. It's a great speedrun. If you guys haven't seen the Psychonauts speedrun, highly recommend it. It has some really cool glitches, and there's really great movement tech as well.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
I'll just watch that on my own later and catch up with it. Maybe I'll
His
start
fourth
running that
and
again.
final time, a 3:09 from October 2018, would be the final record set in the year.
Always been 30, you just misremembered?
interest-
No. This was set in 2020. I stopped running it when I switched to Twitch, which would have been 2018, late 2017. I haven't run this game since coming to Twitch. And I definitely recall it was like probably 40-something minutes, because I used to be in the Discord for a while. My personal best was like 57.
Interestingly, as the record stayed put at 3:09, the run started to get massive views on YouTube. It went semi-viral, and many people who saw the
Prime
video
Elijah.
thought it could be fun to try running it themselves. And largely thanks to Rauschmore's video, by early 2019, there was a new crop of runners ready to gun for the world record.
Oh, good spread.
In 5th place, there was Senor with a 3:11:37. In 4th place, there was Wii Super with a 3:10:45. In 3rd place, there was Osumnol with a 3:10:06. And in 2nd place, there was Shred with a 3:09:54. All 4 runners were closing in on Rauschmore's
resub
record,
Papa
and it was
Dappa in
obvious that
gold.
one of them would beat it soon. The general consensus for the favorite to do so was Osumnol, but all 4 of them had a shot at it. And then, one of them broke through. On February 11th, 2019, Senor jumped straight from 5th to 1st place to capture his first world record. He lowered
Congrats,
his personal
Senor.
best by nearly 2.5 minutes in the process. Senor had gotten into the game after seeing Rauschmore's video, and although he lowered his time quickly, he was comfortably behind the other record contenders. But the key to Senor getting this record was 1P2C. He used it all over the run. He used it for multitasking, he used it to get one player in position while the other player built, he used it to push characters further ahead. These were small time saves on their own, but they added up when used across a 3-hour run. This was also the first run to use the incredibly difficult disco skip in 6-2. After building the speaker, you then try and position Luke so he's exactly 50% inside of the speaker once it's finished being built. The game doesn't know what to do when you're inside a built object, so if you're next to a wall, it will sometimes push you
huge
through
clip.
it, meaning you can go out of bounds and skip building the disco party to save 40 seconds. This is a really precise trick, since you have to be positioned just right to clip out of bounds, but if you miss it, you can just break the speaker and build it to try again. With all the competition from top runners, people didn't expect Senor's record to last long. But
And
it
it
would only
didn't.
last for 3 days. On Valentine's Day 2019, Shred
resub,
took the
Recake.
record with a 3:06:27. Shred had been running the game for over a year, but only became a serious record contender early in 2019. And his record was an improvement by nearly 3 minutes, which was especially impressive given that it was played on a Wii. It didn't do much new over Senor's record, but was better executed. It had a first try ultra kill and a cleaner episode 6 overall. Senor fired back just 3 days later with another 2-minute record improvement.
Thanks to Prime Yuka.
The world record was now down to a 3:04.
Sub
but
3
it
looking
still had
possible.
some significant slowdowns. Senor lost nearly a minute on disco skip, and over 30 seconds in 5-5 from missing the DV skips. So clean up those tricks, save
These
a
are
bit
5 good
elsewhere,
subs.
and add in a couple new strategies.
Illiterate?
And suddenly, sub 3 didn't seem out of the question. In March 2019,
Xenor in
two
chat, let's
runners
go.
started to pull ahead from the rest of the pack. Xenor and Wii
Is there
Super.
some Zom?
Both of these guys had only gotten into the game in the last few months, but they lowered their times side by side and got good quickly. They raced each other frequently, and although Xenor was slightly ahead on the leaderboard, Wii Super was never far behind. As March progressed, these two made it clear. They both wanted to make a push for the world's first sub-3. It was barely in the realm of possibility.
No, it seems like
With
an
the two of
inevitability,
them
really.
pushing each other, a sub-3 hour run started to feel more real than ever.
Thanks to Prime Thomas and the resub Gabby and gift sub Kimmy. Thanks to the gift sub again, illiterate. Oh, baby, we're tickling it. We're teasing her. Thanks, resub banana. Oh boy, he's blowing it. Oh, jeepers. Oh no. Oh no! He's fucking choking! Yeah, his hands were probably sweating. Here's a Prime Esper. Oh, but Xenor's got that ice. Uh-oh. There she is.
The world's first sub-3. Xenor had skipped straight over 259 to a 258.50. His run was roughly even through episode 6, but he saved some time later over mistakes and slowdowns in his last PB. And at the end of the run, he still had to execute tricks like Hut Skip and DV3. It was an intense situation, but he was able to clutch them out and get the first sub-3. Interestingly, about half an hour before the end of Xenor's run, Wii Super started a run of his own,
gift subs, Eldon.
And this run would finish as a 259.04, the world's second sub-3.
Oof.
Had Wii Super started his run just a few hours earlier, he
Super
would have won the race to sub-3. But instead, he had to settle for second place, while Xenor got the glory. But Xenor's record wouldn't last long. He beat his own run by 43 seconds just a day later. This run was notable for introducing a piece of RNG. In 4-4, there's a section where Obi-Wan is supposed to appear across the room on a bridge after you arrive. The way the game tries to get him there is by running through a room with barrels. If he gets stuck behind a barrel, the game turns him to try and get around them, which slows him down, but he still eventually arrives on the bridge. Usually. Sometimes he gets stuck. And if that happens, he never shows up, and you can't progress through the level. LEGO Star Wars is a broken game. Now, runners used to have a way around this. You reload the bridge room by entering and exiting the previous room, which guarantees Obi-Wan will show up for a 2-second time loss. But players then found 4-4 cutscene skip. By jumping off of this ledge, You can hook back and enter an out-of-bounds area to
Ooh.
skip to the next room.
I like that.
This means a cutscene doesn't play and you save 18 seconds. However,
I really feel like getting out of bounds in a game like Lego, you can do a lot more than just go from room to room. But of course, I'm not in the community. I haven't run this game in particular myself. I just feel, well, we're also super early, so maybe they do. I feel like there's just so much room for out of bounds, especially in a game as linear as Lego. If you can just get out like they found here, I feel like you could really push the shit out of it.
as a consequence of the cutscene not playing, you can no longer reload the bridge room,
Thanks to Prime Divine.
since you wouldn't be able to leave the previous room if you enter it. So,
The tier one
Obi-Wan RNG was
Bosky.
back into play.
Thanks again,
He
Elvin.
didn't want to show up, you were in big trouble. A couple weeks later, a fairly substantial change was made. The community decided to alter the way runs were timed. Instead of starting when the players gained control in 1-1, it would now begin when selecting New Game on the main menu. This was mostly done so that movement in the cantina would be considered in the final time. It added roughly 58 seconds to all runs.
Aw.
So, when Senor set a record that would have been 2:57.36 under the old timing, it was retimed to 2:58.34. And that made it 4 consecutive records for Senor. He was the first to sub 3,
Thanks, you're
and
supreme.
now he was taking control of the leaderboard. And for Wii Super, he just couldn't catch up. He perpetually remained slightly behind Senor, easily in second
Bronze
place,
kneecap.
but ever since he missed his chance at the first sub 3, the world record eluded him.
Thanks to the resub.
But after the
Very-
2:58.34,
or Wyvery.
Senor announced that he would be taking a break from the category to focus his efforts elsewhere. Maybe this was the chance Wii Super needed. With Senor at least temporarily out of the picture, he could hone in on improving his time without needing to compete with anyone. And as it turns out, just 2 days later,
Oh!
it was only record by a second, but Wii Super had finally overtaken Senor. It was a run with a great early game, but he lost some time on Speeder Skip and had a weak episode 4. Still, Wii Super had broken through. Was this a one-time deal, or was he about to make something more out of it?
Senor
6
comes
days
back
later,
from that break.
A 60-second record improvement by Wii Super, largely due to saving time in episode 4. The very next day, another minute-and-a-half world record.
Wow, you really
3
unlocked the
weeks later.
Sharingan.
2 record improvements on the same day. 3 days later, a record cut by nearly 2 full minutes. Then Wii Super took a break. And when he came back, another world record.
My god.
7 records over the course of 3 months.
He got
for Wii
unleashed.
Super. The final one was a time of
Thank you for the 5 anonymous gift subs.
2:53.04.
The resub Sapphire.
After a while, Senor had come back to attempts, but this time the tables were turned. He was the one who couldn't catch up to Wii Super. The way he went on this run was through both improving his own skills and utilizing new strategies. In 2-6, Wii Super began using Dooku Skip. By standing on a barrel, you can force it with player 2 and clip under the floor. By then dropping out with the inbounds player, you can lead them forward past the trigger for the Dooku fight and enter the next room. The trick was found by
Thanks, Reset
Senor
Noisy.
and saves up to 30 seconds. Wii Super also began using the Vehicle Smart Bomb Red Brick. It allows you to hold the special button in ship levels and make everything on screen explode, which can save you about 20 seconds in 5-1. And interestingly, with these new tricks being incorporated and runners' skill levels improving, someone new moved into second place, Chimkin. He had been in third place for months, even being a part of the initial sub 3 grind, but he always remained behind Wii Super and Senor. But he was improving, and by May, he was ahead of Senor. And sure enough, when
Thanks,
Wii
Resub Bert.
Super woke up on the morning of July 6th, his record was gone. Chimkin had beaten it by over a minute, getting
Damn,
a
okay.
252 flat.
Sub 250 looking
It
good.
was a run with a slow early game, but after a gold split in 3-2, he was off to the races. He pulled ahead of the record and crushed it. So, Wii Super had to get back to work. And it took him 13 hours to get the record back.
Oh, nice.
Over the coming weeks and months, Wii Super and Chimkin would trade the record back and forth. Wii Super was the first to take it under 250, with a 249.55 on July 17th. Chimkin would get the next record, and by the end of the year, it was down to 245.39. How did these two take the record down by 7 minutes? Well, there was a new red brick, Fast Force, which does what it sounds like. It lets you force objects faster. To obtain it quicker, Chimkin found a method of going out of bounds, then doing a death warp to get back on track.
Oh, now it's getting really
unlocked
intense
in
with the
4-2.
glitches. Nice.
So players started playing episode 4 earlier in the run so they could use Fast Force in episodes 6, 3, and 5. And of course,
The glitches
there
are
were
getting
a
more
plethora
intricate
of
and
new
precise.
strategies discovered in the second half of 2019. Some were small and saved a few seconds, while others saved closer to half a minute. But the big one was in 5-6. It's the last stage in the game, and it had an
subs watching
evolution
Twitch
of
in the
skips
Prime
over
Loca.
the years. Way back during
There you sub, Grim.
TSG's record reign, runners started doing a trick called Bespin out of bounds. You'd jump roll off a ledge to land out of bounds, and progress forward in the stage to skip having to build C-3PO and open a door.
That's
It saved
huge.
45 seconds, but was immensely difficult. Players used this trick for years, but in December 2019, Senor found something better. You join with player 2 and put Lando in a doorway.
Oh, you just hit him with the
player 1
door.
stands far enough away and Lando jumps, the door will close. If it closes while you're at the top of your jump, you'll get pushed through the door frame and out of bounds. Ultimately, you can get to the same room as you did from Bespin out of bounds, but it allows you to do so nearly a full minute faster, and is much easier. The only problem is that if you miss the door clip initially, AI characters can randomly run near the door and prevent it from closing.
Oh, those
you really want to
bastards.
get the trick first try.
You dirty bitch.
With all these time saves combined,
I'd be so mad if
and
I was
runners
running
still
that and the AI
improving
came
their
back and
skills
fucked
on
me.
top of that, the world record was down to a really solid 245. It was enough for Wii Super to take a break from grinding the category, and Chimkin had stopped playing it as well. Other than those two, nobody had a PB under 2 hours and 50 minutes. But over the coming weeks in late 2019 and early 2020, the game would get a huge boost in popularity, thanks to an unlikely source: TikTok.
Oh.
There was a big wave of
Ugh.
nostalgia for LEGO Star Wars. Millions played it while growing up, and after years had passed, they looked back on the game fondly. A trend began on TikTok where people changed their profile pics to mimic how they look in LEGO Star Wars, with a green or blue circle around them. This increased the game's popularity on the internet as a whole, as people remembered LEGO Star Wars and wanted to experience it again. As such, speedrun streams and videos exploded in popularity, and starting in early 2020, there was a new wave of speedrun activity. And suddenly, by February, Wii Super had new competitors on his doorstep.
Oh.
In second place
fresh
was
faces.
T-Fresh,
Oh, well,
and
fresh.
in third
Nice. Let's
place
go.
was Led Astray. Both had a time of 247, and both had aspirations for the world record. Wii Super had no choice but to do more runs if he wanted to defend his title. So he did. And in the span of just 1 week, he lowered the record twice, taking it down to 244.30. But this wasn't the complete domination that he'd had earlier. His competition continued to close in. Led Astray got a 246, and a familiar face had actually jumped into second place: Senor.
Hey.
Pressure was on for Wii Super. These guys were both capable of getting the record, and could really obtain it any day now. Wii Super continued to do runs, and a couple weeks later, he achieved a run that put away any competition for the record.
A sub 2 hour run somehow.
Months of attempts had all
Fucking
led up
cheated,
to
no
this
clipped.
moment. It was his ultimate run. Throughout the first 4 episodes, there were no significant mistakes. He gained a bit of time on nearly every level, and leaving episode 6, he was nearly 2 minutes ahead.
Exit Tier 1 Megamon.
The final 2
Prime
episodes are
Tribbles,
3 and 5,
Kato, and
and although they weren't perfect, they were good enough. And when combined with the incredible start he'd had, the end result was a monster world record.
Okay, that's
Wii
not
Super
bad.
wasn't at much risk of losing his title anymore. Or was he? Senor wasn't deterred from the task at hand. Wii Super was now 3 minutes
probably
ahead,
found an even better
but
skip or
Senor
something
knew
somewhere.
he could close the gap. On March 27th, he took his PB down to
Thanks for your
244, and on the 31st, he
a
shaved
bit
another
spicy.
half minute off. Despite the optimization of Wii Super's record, Senor was actually able to close in. These two guys were ahead of the pack. Just like the initial sub 3 grind, Wii Super and Senor were locked in a battle. Thanks to the game's boost in popularity around this time, the community decided to have a LEGO Star Wars speedrun tournament.
That's
Wii
cute.
Super, Senor, and most of the game's other top runners all participated. It was a double elimination tournament, and there were some great times put up by several different runners. But when all was said and done, after the brackets were completed, who else would meet in the finals but Wii Super and Senor? These
Yeah, that
two
sounds
would
about
get
right.
the benefit of a big new
Man,
strategy.
I certainly hope this didn't all happen in the same day. Each of these runs is like 2 hours, 40 minutes at best, like your best run. And fuck, how many rounds? Like this is like a 10-hour tournament at least. Hopefully this was spread out over the course of a weekend.
But Wii Super and Senor. These two would get the benefit of a big new strategy discovered a few weeks ago in 6-1, Spiderless. By using a forcible object, you could clip into the wall,
Thanks to the bits.
which was faster than the old method of
Fade.
using the spider.
Hey, welcome.
You can then come back in bounds to touch a grate, which acts as a trigger for the game to send you straight to the boss fight and skip the cutscene.
It was months? Oh, okay.
This trick saved a full
Jesus.
60 seconds, a huge advantage for any runner who could pull it off. Up to this point, Senor had lost one match while Wii Super was undefeated. So to win the whole thing, Senor needed to win twice, while Wii Super needed just one win. And Senor handily won the first game. Wii Super accidentally soft-locked in 5-1,
Oh, you
losing
fool!
several minutes and allowing Senor to cruise to an easy victory. That meant there would be a winner-take-all match the next day to determine the tournament champion. This was going to be a tough task for Senor. Think of all he had going against him. His personal best was nearly a minute behind Wii Super. He had lost to him earlier in the tournament, and he had gotten a pretty lucky victory yesterday thanks to a fluke softlock. He was going to need to play out of his mind if he wanted to win this thing. And so, on April 19th, 2020, in the final match of a tournament,
Thanks,
with
Brian
his
3J.
opponent heavily favored to win,
In
this
tournament
was Senor's
too.
first world record
Huge.
in over a year, back when the run was 16 minutes slower. And it was actually a close race through much of the run, but Senor eventually pulled ahead. And although Wii Super finished with a 242, he didn't stand a chance. Senor won the match, he won the tournament, and he got the world record.
Was there
And
a
the
prize
race
for the
to
tournament?
Sub 240 was officially
so.
on. Once again, Senor and Wii Super were the two
Thanks,
competitors.
Yusuf Mothman.
As it turns out, Senor's time at the top wouldn't last
5
long.
candies.
Wii
Cool.
Super wanted the record back, and it took him just 5
Pack of
days
cigarettes.
to do so. He got a 240.32. This run was actually on sub 240 pace until 5-5, but the last two stages of the run are two of the toughest. Wii Super lost a lot of time to DV3 in 5-5, and to Door Clip in 5-6. Sub 240 would have to wait.
Imagine not doing DV3 second try. Ugh. Couldn't be me. Damn, that... Jesus, that door is really... I feel like I could, like, see Wii Super's anger with killing the
Wii Super
NPCs
lost
there.
45 seconds to door clip, and missed sub 240 by just 4 seconds.
That's so sad.
It's a great example of how tough the end of the run is. Door clip is in the very last stage, and if you miss it initially, bad luck can make you lose the record. Over the following few weeks, competition caught up. A couple runners named Pickle Toe and Ginger Legend got times in the 241 range.
More new
increasing the
faces.
pressure on Wii Super. And on July 14th, Senor had a run on sub 240 pace into 5-6. But once again, door clip killed it. He ended up 1 second behind the world record. Wii Super had waited too long. Other players had caught up, and it was a dead heat for the first sub 240. But on July 22nd, Wii Super had a run with a fantastic first few episodes. He then lost his helmet in 4-5, but a great episode 6 put him back in the lead. He had a rough 5-5, but with time to save in 5-6, sub 240 was still possible. He got door clip quickly and left just enough room to get a sub 240.
Nice.
239.49. Wii Super had won the race.
We're coming.
This was Wii Super's 22nd world record.
Typical.
He'd faced competition from some of the best in the world, but time and time again, he had proven he could come out on top. With his sub 240 goal accomplished, Wii Super finally felt he could take a break. And the runners in second through fourth place,
not in this game,
Senor, Pickle Toe, and Ginger Legend, had lost motivation after being beaten to the first sub 240. So, they all stopped running the category as well.
Oh, what?
For the first time in many months, there was little activity at the top of the leaderboard. That meant there was technically an opportunity for someone outside of the top 4 to swoop in and make a move. Let's take a look at who was in 5th place. This is eRoadhouse. He had been running the game for about 3 months, and managed to quickly enter the game's top 5. However, during the sub 240 grind, he was comfortably behind the big 4 runners. He wasn't considered to have a serious shot at the world record. But with all 4 of them stepping aside, this was his chance. In early August, he stepped into 4th place and lowered his PB down to 241.12. And on August 10th, he got on a run where he pulled about 15 seconds ahead of the record by the end of episode 4. There was still a long way to go, but he kept nailing tough tricks. Spiderless in 6-1, speeder skip in 6-3. A shot at the world record was starting to seem more and more like a reality. He was competing against an incredible episode 3 in the world record, so he bled some time there, but going into the last 2 levels of the run, 5-5 and 5-6, he was only half a minute behind. Time to enter the Trick Gauntlet. DV1, first try.
Yeah, it's free.
DV3, he faltered a bit, but got it 5th try. DV4 jumps, both first try. And finally, door clip, 2nd try. This all saved about 40 seconds over the last 2 levels in Wii Super's run. And it was enough for eRoadhouse to get a 239.43. He had leapfrogged over Pickle Toe, Senor, and Wii Super to get the world record.
What a champ!
There was a new face on top of the leaderboard. Well, Wii Super wasn't going to take this lying down. eRoadhouse had only beaten him by 6 seconds. Surely it wouldn't be too hard to take the record back.
It took 8
Wii
months.
Super wanted something better. There had been a number of new strategies developed around this time. Wii Super knew that if he utilized them all in a full run, he could beat eRoadhouse's time by minutes.
Holy fuck,
we won't go over all of these new tricks, but there's 2 particularly big ones. And the first one, well, LEGO Star Wars has an ultra shortcut.
Let's go!
Level 1-4 is the pod
Now we're
race.
fucking cooking.
You have to drive around the course 3 times to beat the stage. For years, there was no way to really speed this up. Even the fastest world records
I
just
love ultra
drove the 3
shortcuts.
laps. But in mid-2020,
For those that are unfamiliar with ultra shortcuts, Summoning Salt also has great content on it here. Most known in like Mario Kart Wii. It's so cool. Ultra shortcuts are so fucking cool. Highly recommend checking any of these out if you're interested in really cool skips.
P53, Havster, and Xenor combined to develop a trick called Pod Fraud. It's a very complicated trick, but the gist of it is that the game's only method for checking lap completion is seeing if you've touched an area on the far side of the course, and seeing if you've touched the finish line region. So after driving a lap normally, you go out of bounds with 2 players, leave one by the finish line region,
And one by
try
the
to get
check.
the other to the far side.
Yeah, nice. Smart.
This middle section out of bounds kills you, but it lets you build up speed quickly. So, by dying a few times, you can build up enough speed to make it across.
Holy
By
shit.
touching this region, the next lap is activated, and you skip having to drive around. This setup takes about 25 seconds, but a lap normally takes about 60, so you save over half a minute. The other big skip is called Grieve Cheese, discovered by Pickletoe with concepts from Fezteo. The General Grievous fight is normally a slow, scripted battle, where you jump around the level and then attack him on the main platform. However, he'll only perform his scripted actions if you're actively standing on this platform. So, you can use Obi-Wan to lure him toward a rock, then jump off the platform and shoot him with player 2 before he walks too far away. By repeating
Oh,
this over
interesting.
and over,
Smart.
you can drain his health without having him ever perform scripted actions. Unfortunately, there's RNG involved. He can randomly block your shots, which wastes time. But ideally, Grieve Cheese can save over half a minute. With all
Exhibits
this and
moisture.
more, Wii Super
Recent meme.
felt that he could crush the current record. And he was right. On September 18th, he beat eRoadhouse by just under 2 minutes, getting a 2:37.49. A few weeks later, he did it again, with a 2:36.08. The leaderboard was back to normal. Wii Super was dominating the competition, multiple minutes ahead of anyone else. And still, years after his
Thank you,
first
Sabokami.
world record, nobody could catch Wii Super. At least, not for a couple weeks. Just
Oh,
16
eRoadhouse
days
back.
after Wii Super's 2:36, eRoadhouse managed to get the record back. The key to doing this
wasn't a
was yet
fluke.
another complicated new trick, Falconless. The normal way to end stage 4-5 involves activating 4 triggers scattered throughout a big room, then killing all the stormtroopers. It's a slow process that gradually raises the Millennium Falcon, so you can eventually enter it and end the level.
So you go out of bounds, hit the trigger,
However,
I bet.
P53 found a way to end the level early. You first have to load the last room of the level, which can be done by entering this grapple room. You then go back far in the level, and by crossing a particular line, the game tries to save memory by unloading the last room. This means the triggers, stormtroopers, and Millennium Falcon all disappear. The issue is that the game never reloads them once you go back forward. So you re-enter the final room, and
You can just
nothing's
fall
there.
straight down.
Since the stormtroopers are gone, the game treats them the same as if they were killed, so you can jump into where the open door would be, and the level ends. This saves about a minute and 15 seconds, and
Huge.
eRoadhouse's new record was a 2:34.51. That means that even without Falconless, he still would have beaten Wii Super.
I wonder though.
Maybe it was a fluke.
Just based off of what I've seen so far, and maybe they do this, it seems like if you can still just hit that trigger regardless, right? Couldn't you find a clip out of bounds and then just do a death warp and still hit that trigger on the way up? Or am I completely misunderstanding how the tech works? So that way you don't have to run all the way back. Thanks to the gift sub Oyster and the resub Fulto. No, because it checks enemies. Oh, good point. Good point.
Luke. Whenever someone took the record from Wii Super, he was always quick to respond. But a month later, eRoadhouse set another record, 234.32. This was uncharted territory. When was he going to respond? Well, a couple weeks later, eRoadhouse got on a run that was 25 seconds ahead after episode 2. This was the best pace anyone had ever been on that early. He lost a bit of time from missing a clip in 4-2, but managed to improve to 30 seconds ahead leaving episode 4. With one of the greatest ever first halves of a run, he just needed to avoid disaster in the back half to get his third consecutive record. But instead of avoiding a disaster, something else happened.
He discovered a
eRoadhouse went
crazy
on to
glitch.
play the best episode 6 ever performed.
Oh, nice.
He was now a minute and 45 seconds ahead of the record.
No disaster
As you
instead
can
of Christmas
imagine,
miracle.
the pressure he felt at this point was enormous, and he faltered a bit toward the start of episode 3, losing about 7 seconds in 3-2. But he followed this up with his best ever 3-5, and leaving episode 3, he was more than a minute and a half ahead of the record. It was by far the best chance he had ever had. He had a shot to not just lower the record, but demolish it.
And put his
He
name
still
in
had
the
to get
history
through
books.
episode 5, the hardest
there with
episode
George
in the
Washington.
run, with the toughest tricks
Founding
all
Fathers.
right at the end. But he didn't need a perfect episode 5. He just needed one that was good enough. He had a 90-second cushion.
It sounds like he
As
doesn't get
long
it.
as he didn't completely choke, he'd have another record.
Fuck, he completely
But
choked.
with all the pressure mounting, and being on an unthinkable pace, eRoadhouse didn't have an amazing episode 5.
Fuck!
He had the best episode 5
Oh.
ever performed.
Okay, had me in the first half.
This was by far the greatest record
Jesus
the game
Christ.
had ever seen. eRoadhouse had skipped
Oh my
233
god, that's a 5 minutes over
skipped
second place.
232. He was more than 4 minutes ahead of second place. There was nothing more he could do. There was nothing anyone could do. eRoadhouse was the game's new top runner, and it was hard to imagine this record being beaten anytime soon.
Yeah, you just have to find new glitches. That's the
So-
only way.
He took a break. Since nobody
So what
else had
happens in a
perfect-
situation like that when you hit that ceiling, like where you completely blast a root's ass wide open and you master it, you have a perfect run, the only way you catch up is if you find new tech. You have to look for new glitches. That's the only way you can make up for the difference in skill. That's the only shot you have.
personal best below 236, there were no challengers for the record. However, that didn't stop players from continuing to run the game. But the nature of the competition changed. It was now a battle for second place, rather than the world record. About a month after the 231, a new runner moved into second,
Oh, Ginger Legend
Ginger
back.
Legend. A few days later, he'd be beaten by Senor, getting a 235 and then a 234.
Oh, well, hold on a second. They're starting to tickle.
It's important to note that there were very few new strategies being utilized. The vast majority of their time save came from getting better at the game. Fewer mistakes, better movement, that sort of improvement. By February, a runner named Zach achieved a 235, and by March, there was a trio of runners with a 234. Senor in second place, Ginger Legend in third place, and Zach in fourth place. For the first
okay.
time since he set his mammoth world record, eRoadhouse was feeling a bit of pressure. They were still minutes away
Well,
from
yeah,
his
it's not
record,
that close,
but
though.
their times were dropping.
You can still relax.
So, he decided to end his break and go back to record attempts. But he struggled to get good runs going, especially compared to his incredible
Oh god, he fell
231.
off.
On March 6th, Senor would once again lower his second place time, 2:33.05. He was now within 90 seconds of the world record. eRoadhouse continued his attempts, but failed to get anything good. And then, on March 9th, Zach got on a run that was even with the world record through episode 2, then actually gained half a minute over the record in episode 4.
Okay, Zach.
Once again, this was mostly due to better gameplay rather than new strategies. He ended up losing time to the incredible episodes 6 and 5 in eRoadhouse's record, but still finished with a 2:32.23. Zach was just 35 seconds off the world record. Senor had a 2:33, Zach had a 2:32, and eRoadhouse had a 2:31. All three of them were doing attempts, and all three of them had potential to get the world record. eRoadhouse's time had run out. He was now in direct competition with two strong runners. There was no question the world record was coming down. The question now was, which of these three was going to do it first? Well, on March 22nd, eRoadhouse broke through. It was only a 5-second record improvement, but it showed that he still had what it took. This run had another fantastic early game, but he lost about 45 seconds in episode 6 from repeatedly missing Disco Skip. Episodes 3 and 5 were up and down, but since his gameplay overall had improved, it was enough to eke out a small record. But his work wasn't done yet. A couple weeks later, eRoadhouse got a 2:31.35. Another small record improvement, but he was making progress while Zach and Senor weren't improving their times. Still, all three runners continued to grind over the following weeks. The end goal had shifted. It was officially a grind for the game's first sub-2:30. A half-hour barrier hadn't been broken.
What date are we at right now? Are we still in 2020 or no? This is 2021.
In mid-May,
right?
Senor lowered his time down by over half a minute. All three runners were now within 60 seconds of each other. Who would get sub-2:30 first? Would it be the veteran, the newcomer, or the current world record holder? Well, on May 14th, eRoadhouse got on a run with another incredible first couple of episodes. Once again, this was his best pace ever leaving episode 2.
May 14th, 2021.
He faltered a bit in levels 4-2 and 4-3, so his pace cooled off slightly exiting episode 4. But after episode 6, he was still a minute ahead of the record. It was clear that this would be a golden opportunity for the sub-2:30. And then, in episode 3-1, something strange happened. eRoadhouse was cycling through his splits to see what time saves he had left, and he accidentally paused his timer. He realized this a short while later and unpaused it, but this threw everything off. His pace would now seem better than it really was. He didn't know how long it was paused, so if this run went all the way, he'd have to retime it to see what he really got. Well, eRoadhouse made his way through episode 3, and it went beautifully. Episode 5 got off to a great start, and entering 5-5, he was a minute 21 ahead. But of course, his real pace was still a mystery. 5-5 was solid, and 5-6 was nearly perfect. And when he stopped his splits, they read 2:29.35. eRoadhouse knew his run was slower than that, but the exact amount wasn't known. It all came down to how long the timer was paused.
It was probably just over 2:30.
It had to be retimed. And the exact length of the pause would determine if this was the world's first sub-2:30 or if the race would continue.
Thanks, a resub cheeseburger.
And after the retime, they found that eRoadhouse's timer was paused for 21.5 seconds.
Oh, so just under.
Meaning his run was a 2:29.57.
He still did it,
By
baby!
the skin of his teeth, he had done it. His 6th world record in a row was his most important one yet. eRoadhouse officially had the world's first sub-2:30. In the aftermath of this run, Zach and Senor continued doing PB attempts for a short while. Both players lowered their times, but neither could catch up to E Roadhouse. Their motivation had just dried up. It seemed like another community break would be in order. But you're probably noticing a pattern by now. Whenever community motivation is at a low point, new tricks are always found to bring people back in.
Goddamn right.
Right on cue in May 2021, 2 massive tricks were discovered. One of them was a 30-second time save in 3-5 found by Los. But the one we're gonna go over was the one discovered in 5-5. This trick was notable for 2 main reasons. For one thing, it was in the toughest stage of the run. 5-5 was already a completely broken level. You had DV1, DV3, and the DV4 jumps. The new trick, fittingly, was called DV2.
Oh, I thought it was going to go even higher somehow.
Every room of the Darth Vader fight now had a skip. And the other notable thing about this trick, it was the most difficult one in the entire game. That's right, the toughest trick of the run was now in a stage that was already considered to be the hardest. This is the insanity of DV2.
I hope it saves like 10 minutes.
You start by activating a moving platform outside the boss room, then positioning Luke on a panel beneath it, and placing R2 on the platform.
Oh, you send it down and you clip out.
When the platform moves down, you can collide into Luke as he's sliding off the panel. If done at the perfect moment, Luke will go through the wall under the floor of the next room, and you can just walk underneath the boss fight. Getting the clip into the wall is so precise that pause buffering is used to help line it up. And even so, every single step of this trick is hard. It's hard to get on the panel, it's hard to stay on the panel, it's hard to pause buffer at the right time, it's hard to line up Luke, it's hard to line up R2, it's hard to avoid going too low in the boss room, it's hard to avoid going too high in the boss room. Any of these portions not being done correctly results in
I love those precise glitches. That shit's great.
But if done properly, it would save an additional 50 seconds.
Oh, that'd be a lot more.
A team of Lava Fang 407, Note KO, and EJP Man created DV2, and it made stage 5-5 a nightmare. Tough trick after tough trick, right at the end of the run. But with all the time save potential, people had to go for it, and it brought runners Zach and Senor back to doing runs. They each got times of 2:30, and then on June 1st, Senor set the world record.
Hey, Senor back on top, baby.
Particularly a slow ultra kill in 6-5, but he got DV2.
This is his first record in a while.
A fantastic result for such a tough trick. He closed it out 20 seconds ahead of E Roadhouse. Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 12 minutes slower. So now, of the top 3 competitors, only one had yet to get the world record: Zach. He'd been in the top 3 for the past 5 months, even moving into second place on several occasions, but he had never been able to take the top spot. It was frustrating. He knew he was good enough, he'd been on pace before, and he also had a bit of time on his hands coming up. So,
he sold his crypto company
to start a devoted grind for the record. But this wasn't going to be just any grind. He was going to play the game 14 to 15 hours per day until he set the world record. Zach began on his quest, and over the next 2 weeks, he played the game for roughly 200 hours. Run after run, good pace.
That's like RuneScape hours, my boy.
And despite all that,
that's enough for a single level in runecrafting.
In fact, he didn't even get a PB. Zach remained in 3rd place, behind E Roadhouse and Senor. Disappointing for sure, but Zach would still get another chance. Because on June 13th, runners Zach, E Roadhouse, and Wii Super all met up to grind for the world record 12 hours a day, with Senor also participating at home. Only 12 hours may have been less than Zach was used to, but still, 4 of the best runners in the world 12 hours per day for 3 days straight. Surely a world record was incoming. But it never happened. 72 hours came and went with no world records. And here's why. Between all 4 runners, more than 20 world record paces were achieved into the final 2 levels. All of them died to DV2.
Oh,
It was such a hard trick.
that's
And
tragic.
trying to execute it when feeling the pressure of a record-paced run, good luck with that. So for Zach, a grind of 12-hour days hadn't worked. 14-hour days hadn't worked either. So he had only one remaining option.
16-hour days.
On June 16th, Zach began a grind of 16-hour days to get the LEGO Star Wars world record.
Goddamn right he did. Time is relative.
And he never had any runs on record pace.
Son of a bitch.
It was starting to seem hopeless. But on June 18th,
I tell you what,
Zach
though. I can promise you one thing. He may not have got the record during those 16-hour-a-day streams, but he probably fucking farmed some ad revenue off of it on Twitch. Those are gonna be pulling in some numbers. Those are some long hours.
finally got a run deep ahead of the record. And what a pace it was. Entering 5-5, his best possible time was 2:28.43. That was a good enough pace that he didn't even need to do DV2. He could get the record without it. But Zach was committed to going for it. And on just his third try, he got in the wall. If he could just make it to the end of the room, he'd be in the clear. But disaster struck. He went too low and died,
Zach,
forcing him to start DV2 over again. He lost over a minute and ended up missing the record by just seconds. Had he skipped doing DV2, he would have had the world record. So, Zach kept going. More
God,
long
this
attempt
guy's
sessions,
mental. Fuck
more
me.
failed runs. But on June 24th, he'd find himself in an eerily similar situation. A best possible time of 2:28.08 into 5-5. Once again, he could skip DV2 and still get the record.
No, don't do it. Don't be a bitch.
But once again, he was committed to going for it.
My man.
It was a decision that cost him the record last time. But this time, he hit it first try.
Oh.
He was in a golden position now. He closed out 5-5, got door clip, and when Zach entered the Millennium Falcon to end 5-6, he had just set a new world record
Let's go.
by over a minute. After months of grinding
What a
and
crazy
hundreds
grind
of
from
hours
Zach.
of world
Holy
record
shit.
attempts, Zach's efforts were vindicated. This record didn't stop others from trying. Senor, Wii Super, and Roadhouse all continued doing record attempts after the in-person meetup. But eventually, their attempts stopped, in large part because 5-5 was such a demoralizing stage. So, throughout the rest of 2021, Zach's time remained at the top of the leaderboard. He went from not being able to set the record to holding the top spot for 6 months straight.
Wow.
In early 2022,
That was a good time to
Zach
get the record.
decided to come back to the game. It had taken him hundreds of attempts and many months of grinding to set his world record. And on top of that, he hadn't seriously ran the category in half a year. So, expectations weren't too high when he started up runs again. But instead of being the underdog like he was in 2021,
Codebreaker page in the
this
Prime.
was the Zach of
Scooty.
2022.
Ooh.
Last year, it was a big deal when
Jesus.
Zach finally managed a world record. This year, he was unstoppable. Roadhouse, Senor,
Zach Prime
Wii
out
Super,
here.
None of these guys could catch up. By June, he had taken his time down to 2:27.19. Zach was using even more 1P2C than in previous runs. 4-4 was now being done almost completely with 2 controllers. But once again, most of the time saved from these records was Zach playing better.
Yeah, just gotta be
Tricks were being
getting
done
the tricks
faster,
right on the first
and
or second try.
execution overall was improving. Improving to the point that nobody could catch him. He was more than a minute ahead of second place. But then, after his 2:27.19, the world record stayed stagnant for over 2 months. This was despite the fact that he lost 30 seconds for missing Dooku skip in 2-6, and lost significant time in 5-1 as well. The community's goal was to achieve a 2:26. It seemed doable, but Zach was unable to, and nobody else was particularly close.
We're just glossing over Bricko here? This man came out of nowhere. We're not gonna mention Bricko, 3rd place. Damn, and we still have like 20 minutes here. Jesus.
Close. The community was as active as ever, but with no records being set, a big opportunity was going to waste. So, in an attempt to get the game a new world record, the community decided to organize one more big event. It was going to be another 4-day break the record session. But instead of the game's top 4 runners competing, this time they expanded it to the top 10. 10 runners, 4 days, and a goal time of 2:26.
Nice.
Even with this many runners, nobody knew for sure if a new record would be set. But one thing that wasn't in doubt was that there would be a lot of movement on the leaderboards. Zach and E Roadhouse were in 1st and 2nd place, and they were the favorites to lower the record. Just behind them were Bacon Soda and Bricko, still with decent odds to get the record. And beyond them was a mix of prior record holders and newer contenders. Their personal bests ranged from Zach's 2:27 down to a 2:33, but all of them knew that they had a serious chance to move up on the leaderboard. Let the world record attempts begin. Zach and E Roadhouse may have been in the best positions to lower the record, but 4th place runner Bricko got the first good chance.
Oh, here we go.
Just hours into day 1, he had a run with a best possible time of 2:25.46 into episode 3. There was still a ways to go, but it was easily on world record pace. Unfortunately, a poor episode 3 cost him the record.
Son of a bitch.
But he still got a 2:27.47. This was good enough for 2nd place. It was a big motivator for the rest of the group, especially for the recently demoted to 3rd place E Roadhouse. And toward the end of day 1, both he and Zach found themselves on record pace into 5-5. But DV2 would strike again. E Roadhouse finished with a 2:28.25.
Oh yeah, he got mad there.
And Zach got
that
a
DV2 will get you.
2:27.45. Zach's time was faster than every runner on the leaderboard, except for his own record. Day 1 had come and gone, and despite movement from some top runners, no new records were set. Day 2 featured a couple PBs from runners in the top 10. Wii Super got a 25-second PB cut, and Senor moved from 5th to 4th place. But for most of the day, none of the top runners got anything on world record pace. Then, late in the night, after most runners were done for the day, Zach had a run with 2:27.11 potential into 5-5. But of
not
course,
2:26, don't
he
care.
Still had to get DV2.
That's pussy stuff. We
and
don't
he
deal
actually
with that.
did it first try. This was the best chance of the event. He had one tough trick to go, door clip. And unfortunately, he couldn't get it.
That's unlucky.
He lost over 20 seconds and finished with a 2:27.38. The best time of the event so far, but still no world record.
Ooh, Jesus, thank you for the 20 gift subs, Celindas. Thank you for that. Celindus.
Day 3 featured several more promising runs from Zach.
Appreciate the
He
fat
achieved
drop.
numerous 2:27s, but none were low enough to beat the record. There was a bit of movement from lower ranked runners, as It's Jared moved from 10th to 8th place. But as day 3 was coming to a close, the record remained at Zach's 2:27.19. Time was starting to run out. The game's top runners had gotten close, but nobody had been able to break through. But then, toward the end of day 3, those runners would get a bit of extra motivation. With all this attention on LEGO Star Wars speedruns,
George Lucas came into the
a new
equation
strategy
himself.
was found in the Grievous fight.
Oh.
Before, Grieve Cheese could be used to get a quick kill, but it was inconsistent as he would randomly block your shots. But by switching your resolution to 800 by 600 instead of 1920 by 1080, the quick kill becomes much more consistent. On average, you save 10 to 15 seconds.
Oh,
This
nice.
wasn't
Wait,
an
I got 4
enormous
shots in
time
there.
save, but it was enough to give these runners a pretty big boost. Yet still, Day 3 came to a conclusion, and no world records were set.
I bet they
24
find a more
hours to
consistent
go.
way for DV2
Through
is
the
my
first
guess.
3 days, neither Zach nor
Or
Roadhouse
maybe
had
not.
set a PB, but Zach certainly had the better chances of the two. He set numerous 227s, and with the new time save on Grieve
Thanks,
Cheese,
Subcatro.
he was in position to get a record if he could just get there again. But on the evening of Day 4, it was Roadhouse who found himself ahead of the record after episode 6. After utilizing the new strategy and having a nice start to episode 5, he remained in the lead heading into 5-5. This was the level that caused Zach to miss the record so many times in the last 3 days. But Roadhouse clutched it out.
Oh, it's
He got a
big.
first try DV2, and entering 5-6, his best possible time was 226.40. Roadhouse was one level away from getting a 226.
Door clip.
He needed to get door clip,
Don't do it to us.
and he did
Oh, let's go.
after wasting about 20 seconds.
Oh.
The run was now teetering on the line of
Fuck.
being a 226 or a 227. And in the end, the run finished as a
Oh.
227.03. It wasn't a 226, but it was a world record. It had taken over 3
Unlucky.
days, but the world record had finally been achieved.
Bittersweet world record.
And interestingly, at the exact same time, Zach was on a run in episode 3. Entering 5-5,
Thanks to the
this
resub,
run
Sean,
too
Solid,
had
and
potential to
Morsky,
get a
and
226.
All Might.
It was a chance to take the record right back. But his final 2 levels weren't good enough. He finished with a 227.07. If he had set this time an hour earlier, it would have been record. But he was too late. And with the event winding down, it was shaping up to be a pretty disappointing few days for Zach. He had done attempts for 4 days straight, and not only was there no 226, but he had lost his world record in the process. Runs continued on for the next couple hours, but the event had a hard cutoff of 11 PM to get your last run started. And as the last
seems
few
kind of
seconds
arbitrary.
before the deadline ticked away, Zach was on the main menu. Maybe he shouldn't even bother starting another run.
Oh, this is gonna be a little
He had done
storybook
hundreds
conclusion.
of
He gets it
attempts
here.
over the past few days, and no 226 had
Thanks,
come out
resub,
of
MG.
it.
Once I'd lost record, I was like, okay, I lost record. I no longer have a streak of records. It is what it is. That's totally fine. But I really wanted to win BTR, and I didn't want to go out on the note that I had, which was like multiple choked records in the event in previous days. Obviously, I wanted the record back. Obviously, I wanted to win the event. But getting the first 226 was still like the priority in my mind.
So, with just 8 seconds to go, Zach started his final run of the event.
There she
And in doing
goes.
so, he joined 6
The
other
world
runners who were
record.
in the middle of their own final runs.
And I was like, this
It's like
run
lottery
has to
winners
finish.
where they play, like,
There is
one
no
time
world where
and
I
win.
reset here. Because even if it doesn't PB, I have to get through this run no matter what. Once I started that run, I was like, I know I can do it. I didn't think I would, but I knew I could. During every cutscene, I would be looking at the restream, just seeing who was on a run. And I saw that Ginger was on a really good run. And the reason I noticed this was only because I could hear the commentary. And the commentary was just like losing their minds. They were like, I can't believe that Ginger is like on this insane run right now. And I was like, this must be really good for how much the commentary is talking about it.
Sure enough, it was insane. Ginger was the game's 7th place runner, with a personal best of 231.59. But with his back to the wall, at the very end of the event, he had somehow mustered a run on
Oh, God.
world record pace into episode
He did it.
5,
He did it to him. He went plus ultra.
4 minutes ahead of his PB.
Jesus Christ.
Ginger has this capability sometimes to just play insane. He's an anomaly. He can sometimes just pull something out that you've never like even thought was possible. And I knew that it was actually a realistic possibility that he would get record and even maybe the first 226 just with that run.
Was this really happening? The 7th place runner jumping straight to world record? Well,
You
Ginger
bet your
had an
sweet
up
Bippy.
and down last few levels,
Oh,
and he
yikes.
finished with a 227.51.
Well, that sucks.
An enormous PB, and definitely one to be proud of. But it still wasn't
Damn,
the world
he could
record.
have had it.
Meanwhile,
That door
while
clip, man,
all eyes were on
Jesus.
Ginger, Zach had started off on an incredible run of his own.
So we typically talk about a good run as exiting. We pay attention to our episode 4 exit. That marks like around the halfway point in the run. Previously, the best episode 4 exit was I think a 109.56. So getting a 109 episode 4 exit was something that had been done I think a total of 3 times ever. And so what happened was I got another 109, and that is something that I wasn't even looking for. You don't need a 109 for a 226. You don't even need a 109 for a 225. And that made me a little nervous.
But what happened next?
If he was human,
just
that
plain
is.
crazy. On one of the game's
But he's made of
greatest
ice.
paces ever, Zach proceeded to play the best episode 6 ever performed. Now, this was not only the fastest pace ever, it was the fastest pace ever by over a minute. Zach was in position to demolish the world record.
Damn, he's hitting him with a
He
big
just
pod
had to
right
hold it
now in the
together for the
webcam.
final 2 episodes.
The run was pretty much insane. It kind of bled a little bit of time in episode 3 until I got to the infamous library skip. When I got there, I prayed to the gods, and those gods did not give me a first try library skip. They did not give me a second try library skip. They did not even give me a 10th try library skip. So I ended up losing around 55 seconds on that trick.
Oh no.
Now at this point, I was like, okay, this is fine. Now I wasn't happy. It's only a minute. Now that might sound like an insane thing to say. This was such an insane run that I could afford a minute time loss. So I did lose a minute, and everything was pretty much still in order. I was still way ahead of the record, and out of episode 3, going into episode 5, everything was definitely still set up for me to.
That's fucking
get
tragic,
a low
though.
226. It was
I
definitely.
haven't even
still
seen
in
library skip be a tough one.
But while
yet. That
Zach
must have
was
just
trying
been
to
really
navigate
unlucky.
through episode 5, the other players were finishing up their runs. And guess what? EJP Man, PB by over a minute. T-Fresh, PB by 18 seconds. Wii Super, PB by 40 seconds.
Oh wow, it was magic in the air
And
that night.
all of this stuff is happening, and I'm on this run, and I'm like, my mind cannot comprehend everything going on. There's 4 people PBing, and so in my mind, I'm like, it's time to focus. So I close the stream.
With all the other runners finishing, all eyes were back on Zach. He made his way into 5-5, still ahead of the record by close to a minute.
When you're on pace, this level is the killer. I mean, it's no question. There isn't a level in the game that's even
Yeah, you
close
can't
to
fuck
this
up
hard.
DV2 here now.
And I get to DV2 skip.
That'll
And
haunt
I
you for the
realize
rest
that
of
my
your
hands are
life.
shaking. It's very hard to pause buffer while your hands are doing this the whole time. So I have this this thing that I usually tell myself.
Thanks to
I'm
Reset
like,
Beats.
you can be nervous later, but
no,
now
not first try.
you have to hit the trick. I get the trick third try, which is effectively my first actual attempt at the trick. DV2 skip definitely I would say is a harder trick, but DV3 when the pressure is on, when the nerves are setting in, is just brutal.
No.
So I miss it once, and I'm like, that's fine. But when I miss it twice, that's when I start to get a
Panic.
little concerned.
Yeah, panic
I
is
think I
setting
missed
in.
it 6 times before
Oh.
I finally got it. And at that point, I was like, uh-oh, this is going to be close. The Best Spin opening cutscene is over a minute long. And I think that's
Gonna be so
interesting.
sad.
You get almost 2 minutes.
So you
to
can't
sit
miss door
there
clip, not even once.
And be ready, to prepare. The whole time, I was not preparing. I was sitting there, shaking, being nervous out of my mind. My heart was beating super fast. I could not stop thinking about what was
Thanks
going
for
to happen. I
Bounty
kept
and
telling
Recent
myself, you
Ted
can do
Lore
this, you can do this, you
and
can do
Vigil.
this. And I don't think it was helping.
The toughest trick in 5-6 is door clip. It was a trick that killed many runs over the years. But this run was perhaps more important than any before. Zack made his way through 5-6, and miraculously, he got door clip right away.
There you go.
This
Alright,
was
so
it.
now it's in the books.
He had some leeway, and as he entered the last room of the run, he was in position to get a
There she
massive
is.
record.
So I enter the end platform.
The world
and I
record.
Look at my timer, and I'm like, I can probably do
And a
this.
226.
So I get there, and I'm killing the stormtroopers, and it's going a lot worse than it usually does. I should have absolutely been cementing like a low 226 5x here, and I was actually starting to lose a lot more time than I thought.
What? How?
And I took a very bad death.
Oh,
I
he got killed?
No stormtroopers that just died, which is just a flat 2 seconds. And I was like, okay, now I'm cutting it really close. So I kill the last guy, I look at it, and I literally just say, please, 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 my God, please. I didn't know what to do.
He gets it with a
besides
226.59.
I hit the door. I looked at the timer.
Yep.
226.59.7.
Wow.
I was at first in disbelief for about half a second, and then I lost my mind. I could not believe it. I was just so proud of myself to finally get the 226. The amount of emotions running through me were just...
That's
unbelievable.
huge.
I couldn't believe it.
That's so big.
The 226 was incredible, the culmination of Zack's and others' efforts since the start of the year. But it wasn't the end of the road for LEGO Star Wars speedruns. There was still room for improvement as a lot of time was bled in episodes 3 and 5. So, even in the few months after the event, there's been a lot of record improvements. Just a few days after the event ended,
Oh, this is
Zack
August.
lowered the record by another 21 seconds, largely from cleaning up the final 2 episodes. He then lowered the record down to the world's first
Jesus.
225, thanks in part to a new strategy in 5-4 by EJP Man. Meanwhile, both E-Roadhouse and Ginger Legend were getting close. E-Roadhouse had a couple runs that barely missed record due to a missed skip, and Ginger Legend had taken his PB down to a mid-226. Of those 3 runners, Zack would have the most success in the following few weeks, ultimately lowering the record to the first 224.
He's a prime wick.
But that's not who holds the record today. That honor goes to E-Roadhouse, a 224.43. This record featured a fairly slow first 4 episodes, but had the
Okay.
strongest final 2
You got the
episodes
mantle back?
ever in a run. That's where the world record stands today. To most, LEGO Star Wars is a game that you played 10 years ago for fun,
I didn't ever play
then
it,
never
actually.
touched again. It was a neat distraction, and a source of nostalgia, but in the end, LEGO Star Wars was a game of the past. But to this dedicated group of speedrunners, this
Jesus
game is
Christ.
so much more than that. They've been able to
Yeah, I
extract
know the world record
thousands
got
of hours
lower. I
of
saw
enjoyment,
Summoning Salt tweet about it 2
creating
days ago.
rivalries and friendships that have
But I didn't want to
lasted
look at it. I didn't
years.
want to be spoiled.
They've given the game a renewed boost of popularity, years after its heyday. And over the course of a decade, this is how they've lowered its world record. Thanks for
Damn,
watching.
look at that. Jesus Christ. This period was probably the most turbulent down here. This was the one where it got, like, really crazy. Because a lot of the new faces came in around here, and then this is where it just got cutthroat. Fucking 16-hour-a-day runs.
World record.
Jesus Christ.
Thanks for watching.
Gotta love an active speedrunning
If you enjoyed the
community.
video, please consider subscribing. It really helps me out.
Crypto
Thanks.
chart. True. Thanks for your sub, Callow. Yeah, I definitely think I'm gonna pull the trigger on my idea I talked about earlier. I think I'm just gonna choose like some obscure fucking dog shit game, put a bounty on speedrunning it, and whoever has the fastest time after a month gets like 10 grand. See if we can find like the next like best speed game. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. Summoning Salt fucking crushed this, man. Every time I watch a Summoning Salt video, I immediately get back into speedrunning. So I think I'll probably speedrun Lego The Hobbit. Is this on Steam? I hope so. I don't want to have to download like an emulator for it. Let me see. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me see if I can find it on Steam. It is. Alright. I think that'll be my next speedrun game. Just to get on the leaderboard, I don't need world record. I just like to be on the leaderboard for like 1,000 games. Never need world record though. Okay, got it. Thanks to the resub, Shady. God, that was good. That was fucking great. Who holds it now? Oh, yeah, let me pull up the tweet. Let's see. Who does hold it now? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's Zach again. 224.26. The tweet is outdated again? Oh my god, wait, someone took it back again? Yeah, I guess let's just go to the leaderboard. It's not PC console. Oh, it is PC console. Oh, eRoadhouse got it back again 4 days ago. Damn, look at Bricko, though. Standing strong. Bricko hasn't touched this shit in 5 months. Still 5th place. Bricko's like, yeah, I'm fine here. I planted my feet. I don't need to move. Bricko believer easy. True. Man said, I'm just good enough here. I'm just happy to be here. Is he the... Nope. Chess Whiz 6 months ago, 15th. And then anonymous source. Okay, this is where we get to like the OGs that don't touch it anymore. Crazed Cap a year ago, still in top 20. Jesus Christ, look at all the runners. Thanks, Risa Build-A-Bear. Seven years, holy shit. Yeah. How's Granny looking? No one really runs Granny anymore, unfortunately. It's been pushed to its limits, so no one really touches it now. Still shocked, though. Where am I? I've very much fallen out of, like, the top spots or anything like that, but where am I again? I don't even remember if my run was ever added to this. I never submit my own runs. I think I was somewhere in the top 50. I don't remember where. Control F. Oh, yeah, let's see. 88 now. Oh, 136 puts me at 88. Hey, still top 100, baby. Let's go. Huge. Let me see. Let's see what the Lego Hobbit record is. Oh, wait, it's the Hobbit. Okay, it is the 1017. I'm definitely going to learn this route. It seems straightforward. Maybe I'll run that tonight. Let me take a piss and fill up my water, and then I'll think about running it tonight or not. Just give me a second. I'm back. Thanks to Tier 1 Oreo. Resub Seth. What? What happened? Oh. Thanks to the resub Eeg and Sir. Oh. Whew. Yeah, I don't really get that. It seems like a weird meme. There was another speedrunning video that I still didn't watch yet, which sounded interesting because I don't know shit about the Scooby-Doo speedrun categories. So I was kind of intrigued here. The history of the glitch Creepy Early. Let me give it a whirl. Maybe this has a really cool story behind it as well.
On May 20th, 2002, developers Heavy Iron Studios would release Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights
Thanks to the resub Cat
to
and
mixed
the Prime
reviews from
Kisei.
critics at the time. However, the game struck a chord with younger audiences who would grow up loving the game. It's styled as a
I did play
3D
it.
Metroidvania-style platformer based around the original series of Scooby-Doo, where you collect power-ups and progress through different areas of the game. Now, almost 20 years later, there is a dedicated community of speedrunners surrounding it,
Holy
trying
shit.
to beat the game as fast as humanly possible.
That's at 1,021 runs? That's pretty fucking good. Especially for a more obscure title. Not bad at all.
Of speedrunners surrounding it, trying to beat the game as fast as humanly possible. In this video, I'm going to be
Thanks to
looking
resub
back on the
Peyton,
history
Shino,
of one
and Prime
trick in
Vindrick,
particular that stands
and
out from all
Hytense.
the rest, for being the most elusive skip in the game for years. And in a way, still to this day. That trick being Creepy Early.
Wow, they really went deep on this game. Holy shit. We got the hitboxes and everything out.
To understand the full history of Creepy Early, we will first need to delve into some context about the game itself and the speedrunning scene.
We're not
Although
bots.
Scooby-Doo
Oh, I don't really
Night
care.
of
It's
100
still
Frights
just
was
a
released
weird-ass
in May
meme.
of 2002, the
Nothing worse
PS2
than
version had
spam.
been in development since at least early 2001.
Thanks to resub
Recently,
Schweiker
some
and
early
Tigi,
level
and the
prototypes from
Prime
this
Swaggy,
time period
resub
became
Slash.
public, but the one we're going to be focusing on in this video is the level eventually to be known as Shock on the Dock Part 2.
Play it? I shouldn't have
Prototype
spammed it
shows a
then.
very
I'm never gonna
primitive
touch that
yet
game now.
easily recognizable
Hate that
version
game
of
now.
Shock 2.
I know nothing about it.
The only major difference
made me
being
hate
that
it.
the prototype is missing this area of tar from the final game, and that originally the level ended by dropping through a hole in the floor instead of leaving through a door to the pier. Apart from these and
I
some
love
other
the Super
minor
Mario
changes,
64
the
soundtrack
structure
to
of the
this.
level is essentially the same as what we see in the final release. Now the reason that I'm talking about the history of this level in particular is because over time it would become the most important level in the development of the speedrun. Its hub-like nature of being a connector level linking 3 different major parts of the game together while also being accessible from very early in the game isn't seen in any other level apart from the main hub itself, making this a potential goldmine for skips.
Still the best game. Well,
The
that's not gonna
3
carry
areas
away.
of the game linked together in Shock 2 are Fear on the Pier, Fishy Clues, and most importantly, Creepy Crawlies in the Hallways Part 1, with this entrance being the furthest into the game out of the 3. So now that we've established the basic structure of Shock 2 as a
Thank you for
level,
five gift subs,
I'm going
Draven.
to now
Thank you for
discuss
that.
the theory behind the sequence break of Creepy Early. Firstly, I need to explain how Creepy is intended to be entered. The main entrance to Creepy is located in Lighthouse 2, right after collecting the Super Smash invention, where you're expected to pay a 500 snack gate to enter
Thanks,
Creepy.
resub Evan.
To exit Lighthouse 1 and actually enter Lighthouse 2, you
know
have
what
to
this game
Super
needs
Smash
is a
these
BLJ.
floorboards, which is meant as a quick explanation to the player on where to use the invention. However, Heavy Iron left an intentional snack gate skip in the game for the most keen-eyed players by using these same floorboards in Shock 2, much earlier in the game to conceal the secret entrance
Backwards
to
long
Creepy.
jump is
So,
BLJ.
if when playing the game you have a very good memory, you can backtrack to Shock 2 and enter Creepy using that method, saving 500 precious Scooby snacks. This secret the developers left in the game was probably due to the level originally ending with the square hole in
like
the PS2 prototype.
Gotta
Though
measure by
instead of
Scooby
removing
snack
it, they
efficiency.
just creatively changed it into a small hidden passage. Yet this generously added shortcut would eventually become the grounds for the most sought-after glitch in Scooby-Doo speedrunning history. Through the decades to come, this entrance would become a target to all speedrunners and glitch hunters. Due to the loading trigger remaining always active, unlike Snackgate doors, all you would have to do is find a way for Scooby to touch the trigger without being able to break the wooden planks. Although once being inside
That
the
sounds
level,
easy.
Scooby would be unable to progress due to not having the Super Smash, it was theorized that you could exit the level through the main entrance at the back, and then backtrack all the way through Lighthouse 2 to get the Super Smash invention much earlier than intended.
Thanks, Prime Spicy, and the gift sub.
And by
More
much
water
earlier,
dust.
I mean
There's a
much
Maple,
earlier.
Evan, and Place.
If this were able to be done, it would
The Prime
effectively
Doink.
skip the entire mana section of the game, including the Black Knight boss fight, as well as the entirety of Fishy, Pier, and Coast sections of the game, not to mention several large snack gates, such as the 450 snack gate in Fishy and the 500 snack gate in Coast. So it's safe to say that being able to perform this skip would be a massive time save for the speedrun. The only problem was that performing this skip at the time seemed to be an impossible task. The first lead to Creepy Early was found all the way back in 2011 by glitch
Oh my
hunter
God.
SpaceCat97.
Holy
SpaceCat was
fuck,
Fright's
this is
first
ancient.
major glitch hunter. Although only being 14 years old when he started, and only finding glitches for fun, some of the things he found are still being used in speedruns to this day, more than a decade later. On the 30th of January
fuck?
2011, he posted the video
Wait, but I
Scooby-Doo
watched one of these
Night 100
speedruns. I guess I didn't watch the whole thing. The entire intro, like the first 5 or 6 minutes, is just playing the game completely normally, collecting the Scooby snacks in order to set yourself up to go to the other snack gates. I didn't even realize there was deep glitches. I thought this would be like the only glitch in Scooby-Doo. This seems kind of glitch intensive then.
Frights glitch number 2, showcasing an out of bounds that he
He's a
found
tier 1
in
high.
Shock 2.
In the bits term. Nice.
Although this may seem like a big step forward at first, unfortunately this method involved using the Umbrella power-up, an invention which you get close to the end of the game. So
Oh,
even if this
worthless.
out of bounds did lead to Creepy Early, it would have rendered the skip useless. Over the next few years after this discovery, the history of Creepy Early goes dormant for a while, but the game and the speedrun developed exponentially. Fabulous Fish did the first real speedrun of Frights in 2012 with a 242, and yet only a few years later in 2015, the game already had a sub 1 hour time, performed by runner Bazralian. Now skipping
Who's
just
the
a year
Bits 9?
forward, runners had managed to skip the Green Ghost boss fight and Umbrella invention by jumping up precise ledges to skip the fan-in lab. At this point, the run was now below 30 minutes, and many began to
Jesus
think that there was
Christ.
nothing left to be found. But as the speedrun started to become more and more optimized, a strong hatred began to form for the coast levels, and in particular the fishy levels. This is when runners seriously began to search for viable methods to skip these stages. Some new theories arose on how to potentially skip Fishy by entering Pier 1 early from Pier 2, but everyone knew that the real holy grail would be to find Creepy early, for it would skip not only Fishy but Coast as well.
So this reminds me very much of Wind Waker, the oh god. What was the name of that trick? The one where you had to use the Tingle Tuner as well as combine it with 3 other glitches when they eventually found it. It was to skip that giant was it barrier skip? Was it just barrier skip? Yeah, it's just barrier skip. That was the holy grail of speedrunning for a long time, and then they also had one for Paper Mario 1000 Year Door that was very similar in the fact that people were searching for years, because they have these ideas for theoretically possible skips, but no idea on how to do it, so they spend years finding the methods. And so far, they're 2 for 2. Barrier skip was found, it's now implemented in Wind Waker runs, I'm pretty sure, right? It's run viable. And 1000 Year Door, I believe that skip is also viable now for real runs. There's a tier 1 Kamari.
The first biggest development found since 2011 was a slightly easier out of bounds by Bazralian in 2017. This new method of getting out of bounds was actually thought to be possible without the umbrella, just extremely difficult, giving some hope that this could actually lead to the skip. Baz would keep experimenting with Shock 2 until June 13th, 2017. when he posted this video.
Thanks, Resub Dev. How does this help get creepy early, though? Don't we need to get under? Oh, he's gonna wrap around. Jesus.
The video showed Baz, playing on the Xbox version at the
Civil War a lot
time,
of
getting
blast.
underneath the dock itself from the side and climbing some ledges on the cliff to try and reach the creepy load zone. He got intensely close to the trigger before the camera switched, and he ended up dying to the water below. This video sparked excitement from the community at the time, and many runners began heading onto Dolphin Emulator to try out different possibilities using save states. A day later, runner Ryan in Theory made the most
Wizard Prime
progress
Perk and
by
Resub
managing
Milk
to
and
get
Harry.
Scooby to where Baz had. He could then use the free camera built into Dolphin to actually see behind the walls. What he discovered was that there seemed to be a large invisible wall completely blocking
Those
Scooby from going
bastards.
towards the load trigger. And if he tried to go below the invisible wall, Scooby would immediately die to a death plane, which stretched across the entire level. This was disappointing to everyone at the time, and Creepy Alley discoveries came to a halt once again. In 2018, Baz would begin experimenting with Creepy Alley theories again, this time with the help of glitch hunter, Anchor. Baz and Anchor would stream a few glitch hunting sessions together, searching for potential new ideas to hit the load zone, and also easier ways to get out of bounds. But unfortunately, their efforts mostly led to nothing at the time. They had concluded that the load zone must be completely surrounded in invisible walls. In order to confirm this theory, Anchor would have the idea
So just
to
get
use
through the
newly
invisible
created
wall.
level editor Industrial Park. The editor was mainly created for SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom,
Nothing can
but it
stop a
also
gamer.
supported a few of Heavy Iron Studios' other earlier games, such as Night at 100 Frights. When viewing Shock 2 in Industrial Park, Anchor pretty much reaffirmed the community's biggest fear. It would seem that the entrance to Creepy was surrounded by a cylinder of connected invisible walls, with absolutely no way to get through without some crazy clip through the collision. And if he tried to go beneath the invisible walls, Scooby
You
would just
died
die
with
to
it,
the
yeah.
death plane. This essentially killed all of the community's hope for the skip ever being found. After this, Creepy Alley was reduced to just a joke between runners, a trick that would simply never happen. Some still searched for it throughout the following years, but however hard they tried, they couldn't find any new leads. That was until 2020.
I really didn't give this run enough credit when I saw the run. It really just seemed like there wasn't a whole lot of tech to it, but this has had like a fucking 10-year history of glitch hunting. Wait for it. Because like the entire beginning of it is just playing it normally. Maybe I'll give more thought into doing this run. This seems like it could be another fun one. Maybe I'll learn it with The Hobbit. I like anything that has a lot of glitches and a lot of tech to it. Man, what the fuck is going on with chat? I don't know what the fuck Agamatsu is. Is that whoever started this, the deep thing? Here, I'll look it up and then decline it once again because you've made me hate this now. Looks like shit. Oh, it's a Roblox game. Like I don't know what you want from me. You've made me hate it. I hate spam. I'll never play it. He's a Prime Curious. Nope, not giving it a chance. Shouldn't have spammed it. Blame Agamatsu or whatever that's about. No shot. No, I'm still not maxed on RuneScape yet. I still have Slayer to go. I'm 95. It's a slow one, so it's still going to take a while. No, I never got into the speedrunning for Scooby-Doo. Like I said, I saw this one a while ago and then even watched it again recently. I guess the intro is the only thing they do normally, because it's just normally collecting Scooby snacks, which didn't seem super interesting. But then watching that elusive glitch hunting, it's very clear there is a lot more glitch and tech to this than I ever gave it credit for. I never gave it its due process here. I deemed it guilty of being boring. And I was wrong for that, because this looks like it could be a cool speed game based on all the other shit we just saw. No. The one I'm probably going to do tonight is Lego The Hobbit. This one seems like I'll probably be able to get, like, actual runs going tonight. Scooby-Doo's going to be a bit. Thanks, Reset Posh. Oh, whoa, wait, what the fuck? Holy shit. Jesus Christ, Nico. Oh my. I really appreciate the generosity. Jesus. Good lord. Yeah, just don't spam. You could have just asked. Like, I'm always reading chat, but to come back to nothing but that feels like a bot raid. That's a fat fucking stack. I appreciate the generosity. Good lord. Well, I'm definitely not playing it tonight. I'm gonna learn a speed run most likely, or Dark and Darker. I still can't decide because that closes tomorrow, I think. But here, I'll at least look at Deep Woken. It's a Roblox game, right? Thanks for the gift sub, Maple. No, Dark and Darker is great, man. It's a shame that the playtest is already going down pretty soon. I want that game to just fully come out now. That game is amazing. With the popularity, it should be an open alpha. No, I don't want to force them. I hate early access. I'm usually very against early access because it's just dog shit and just farms all of those early orders. Release the game in a bad state, write it off as early access. But with Dark and Darker, man, it doesn't even feel like early access. It's just like a fucking full games experience right now, and it's fun. So having that go away is going to be a little sad. My Christmas was fine, didn't really do much. Just ate with family. Also, my dad's getting into gaming, so I downloaded some games for him to play that I think he'd like. Thanks for Subflicked. I got him Doom and Forza Horizon, for example. Yeah, I'll get him on Deep Woken. I'll text him, hey, get on Roblox, Dad. Yeah, to try Deep Woken. Thanks to Prime Rop and Tier 1 Hamster. No, he wants to try a bunch of different genres. Right now, he just does iRacing with his racing simulator, but he's down to try like every genre. So I gave him Doom and Forza Horizon. I was going to get him more, but he said not to because he's not even sure if he's going to like those. So I'll keep you updated on if he like really gets into it. Thanks, Resub Glunk. I'm sorry to hear it hasn't been a great holiday for you then, Jay. It sounds awful. I hope tomorrow's better for you, man. Thanks to the bits, Geo. Favorite class on Dark and Darker? Definitely the Ranger. 100%. Been all over the last album. There's gonna be another. Yeah, we got a new music video coming out hopefully in the next few days. Thanks, Resub Larry, and eventually another album. What's going on with the streamer that flipped out at the girl talking about her? Oh, he took a vacation, but before doing that, made sure to make it clear that his feelings weren't hurt. You guys are the snowflakes. It was pretty embarrassing. Thanks to Resub Astro. You know someone's hurt when they use the term snowflake. I don't remember if he said snowflake, but he made that little... He made his tough guy speech and then disabled VODs so that way people couldn't clip it. But then a couple people still clipped a lot of the shit he was saying in the privacy of unrecorded VODs. Like a tough guy. It was very embarrassing stuff. There's a Prime Bacon and the resub SSBM and the gift sub Abora Wanabanost. I want to see. Here, I'll pull up one real quick. Oh, hold on, I was on Twitter. I already pulled up one last time, so I'll pull up a different one because he's got quite a few.
I treated her like shit because I don't like her.
No, not that one. Which one haven't I shown? I feel like I've shown most of these.
Rough sex. And I heard my dad say, "Who's daddy's little throat goat?"
I don't know that one. That's not the one I was really looking for.
Worse, okay? One time I shit myself during sex.
This isn't the response clips I was looking for. Sounds like a wild stream though. Where's the ones of him fucking going ballistic about people not liking him? It's just all embarrassing moments of him, not even like his freak out anymore. Oh, whatever. You can find it just by searching for a couple of seconds. I'm sure they're there somewhere. Like the one that I already showed's here, but there's no point in just showing that again. He's just a goofball. Thanks to resub, Patu. I hope you have a good Christmas, Soki. No, I didn't even hear that about the Chainsaw Man director. I thought everyone loved it. Jesus Christ, well, that's sad. I thought the show, I think the show is great. Nice resub few. The bits faithful. What Blood Hunt game? Are you talking about the Vampire Battle Royale game? I haven't played that in a long time. I only played that once. Thanks to the resub, Skylark. And the Gifts of Insanity. Oh, this is the AI streamer we were talking about last night. Veedle.
I think I need to shower before I start talking. I mean streaming.
It's all AI. It's an AI VTuber. No, real AI. It's an actual AI VTuber. Zarisa Boca. Fake? No, what? I don't think so.
I mean, entertainment.
I mean, there's a person playing the game. The AI is not playing Osu.
Sorry about that. There.
But
Let's
the
get back to what I was
VTuber and
saying
everything the
before. I was
VTuber's saying is
distracted
AI
there for a
generated.
second by the smell of my own body odor. I really hope I don't smell too bad because I haven't had a shower in like 2 days now.
No, the AI is actually playing Osu too. That I don't know about. I'm not positive there. I feel like that still has to be some kind of human input. Thanks to the Bits Dictor. Cool name. And nice. Feel like I just saw this the other day. Well, you did. They're always streaming. Live right now. It's a very popular thing. Because it's impressive. Like, having a fucking AI VTuber is something pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't know why the quality is in 160p. You seen that speed? Well, this isn't anything that a human can't do. The Osu community is full of superhumans. No, they actually are using an Osu bot for it? Oh. Maybe. Well, then the whole thing's automated, because the AI speech and everything is AI generated. And if it's not a person on the actual gameplay, then everything is botted. No, I know the title AI learns to play Osu, but what I'm saying is I just don't really believe it, is all. That's my point. Aim way too snappy. So, before I ever held the Osu tournaments, I would have said the same thing, but after what I've seen from the Osu community, they are actually like bots themselves, like flesh bots. Like, what they can do in Osu is incomprehensible to me. Thanks to the resub Herf. And Noxed. And the bits again Dictor. The resub J. Thanks to Prime Hyper Jump. Have you seen the AI Moist Critical videos? Yeah, of course I have. I've seen myself perform Rap God. AI is just extremely... It's at a point where it's very, very well done. And it's still so early in the game. Like I said last time we talked about this the other day, there is going to come a time, not too far in the distant future here, where this is going to be all over the place. There's going to be companies and individuals dropping so many like AI VTubers and AI streamers everywhere. And I feel like most of the time you probably won't even know that it's AI generated.
So devoted. They follow me everywhere. I'm even followed in my bathroom. Who is your favorite One Piece character? I like Luffy. He's very brave.
Yep. It's coming. The future's coming. Thanks to the resub Lizer and Dresco. Definitely not real AI. Well, I wouldn't be so sure there. Thanks to resub Sanctum. How do you think ChatGPT will affect schools in the future? Oh, you're talking about how it can literally do your homework for you? I think it's not going to change that much. It's just going to take a lot of stress off the plate of some, like, school students. I'm very much on the side of homework never helped anybody. It was only ever just a headache. It never sparked interest in a subject. It never improved someone's, like, interest in whatever the homework subject was. I just never really saw it as anything more than busy work, even in topics I was genuinely interested in. So, ChatGPT doing your fucking homework for you, I don't think it does much to, like, hurt the learning process. It was always ever just a waste of time. I never viewed it as good practice. I never viewed it as anything to help stimulate learning. So I don't think that matters too much. But that's just my perspective. Maybe I was different on it. I just never viewed homework as anything that ever actually helped me in the subjects I cared about. Things are some crazy insomnia, detality, and parkour. It's a genuine concern when it comes to higher academia and plagiarism. Oh, if we're going to talk, like, deeper on it, yeah, absolutely. When it comes to, like, plagiarism and all that, sure. I thought we were just talking about, like, general homework assignments, like, just fucking useless busy work. I guess if you want to extend it to, like, a university setting, yeah, that can get you into some hot water. It can write code too, but only based on what you give it. So you still have to know the code to a certain extent, and it mainly just checks it for you, right? Or is it able to do full-blown code based off of just a prompt asking it for a full-blown code? As far as I know, it's still mainly just checking your code and pointing out the errors. Oh, it can full-blown code itself. Oof. Well then. Jesus Christ. Well, that's huge. Thanks to the Prime Akima. That's interesting then. Can code complex things too. Christ, that's advancing very quick. Doesn't write correct code, it makes junior level mistakes. Yeah, but again, keep in mind, ChatGPT has only recently hit the public here. And if it's already able to make code somewhat closely and, like, correct, imagine where it'll be in a year. Dude, that's the thing about, like, AI and shit, it learns. So it only gets better. It's not gonna stay stagnant. Can't wait for Skynet. I still don't think we're at a point where we'd ever integrate AI into something like how Skynet was integrated into military shit. But who knows, man? Maybe. I guess we'll see how it all goes. doesn't necessarily mean it learns correctly. It can still learn misinformation. That's true, I suppose. But there is this team behind it. It's not like they just kicked it out into the wild like a mother bird kicking a baby bird out of the nest. Like, there is still a team behind ChatGPT. So if it's learning incorrect information, they can correct the course. Like, it's not going to be like a Kung Pao situation where it's like, we trained it incorrectly because we thought it was fun. They'll just reset it, bring it back, and give it the correct information. Do you remember when they were releasing chat AI that learned from people who chatted with it and it only took 2 hours for it to become a racist? You're talking about TwitterBot. I forgot the name of that project. Yeah. That one isn't nearly to what this is, though. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It immediately started, like, quoting Hitler and talking about, like, Hitler and shit. It took only a matter of hours. Oh, yeah, I think it was Taybot, wasn't it? Tay AI. Yeah, it was Taybot. I remember that one. I imagine there's a whole video on that. Yeah, Tay AI, the People's Chatbot. Internet Historian already did one on it 5 years ago. Can't believe it's already been that long. Have I ever seen AI procedural generated Jint music? AI is about to solve the copyright music issue at this rate. They have AI generating Jint? What? 10 hours of procedurally generated Jint. Man, what? Oh, and Nick already talked about this? Is it good? Goddamn, Cryo, thank you for 50 gift subs. Tier 1 Plandish, thank you for that, Cryo. Good to see you, man. Happy holidays. Okay, this sounds pretty fucking good, actually. Especially for AI, this is not bad. It's a little off. Not really. Not anything too bad. I wonder how it handles breakdowns and shit. Yeah, this one's a little more off. First one I thought was fine, is a simple Jint track. This one's definitely a little off. This one actually sounds like AI made it. This riff's a little better. Either way, that's pretty fucking cool. A little concerning for musical artists, though, if you just get replaced by procedurally generated Jint. Thanks, resub Fiznet, Bull, and the bits, Seth. I wonder, Actually, no, I'll look it up later. I bet you could have it write a whole song. If you feed it a prompt for lyrics, it could probably make a whole song for you. It has, and it... Okay, let me see one. I'm talking like with AI-generated music and lyrics. Can ChatGPT write a good melody?
ChatGPT-3, the new chatbot from OpenAI, is all the rage right now. And
Yeah,
I can
it's
see
huge.
why. It's amazing what it can do. Not only can it write stories like this one about a panda that wants to be an airplane pilot, but it can write code. You can ask it to generate full web pages. And although it's not built for it, you can even trick it into making images by asking it to generate the code for an SVG file. So I had to know, can it write music? To get things started, I had to define some conventions.
It's a tier 1
use
action.
MIDI pitch values, and write durations as a fraction of a quarter note. When asked how long a half note would be, it answered correctly. Now it was time to start composing. I asked it to write
Fuck,
a
this
4-bar
is so
melody
cool.
in 3/4 time, and express that melody as a list of notes, each of which is a tuple of pitch and duration. I
Like,
also
just look at this prompt. Look at what you can tell to ChatGPT, and it can accurately give you something that you have asked for directly. I just find that to be mind-blowing. Just look at how detailed this prompt is.
let it use a pitch of none to express a rest. ChatGPT was more than willing to oblige, although it did somewhat questionably state that a 3/4 time signature has 4 beats per bar. Anyway, I went ahead and copied the result into this Python script, built using my Scamp libraries, that goes ahead and plays the melody on a clarinet. Let's take a listen.
I could hear that in Ocarina of Time right now.
Scamp also generates the notation, which looks like this. Honestly, it could be way worse. I wouldn't say that it nailed the 3/4 rhythmic feel, but it did create 4 bars of music, although technically it didn't give me the rest at the end to fill out the 4th bar. Anyway, next I decided to ask it to make the melody more chromatic, see if we could get something more interesting than just notes of the C major scale.
Hold on, I want to see its response here. I like how it just even explains it too. Like, it could have just stopped, like, sure, here's a more chromatic version of the melody. Dump it. That's the end. But then it goes into even, like, an explanation of what it's just spit to you.
GPT obliged. Let's take a listen. Honestly, this result was pretty impressive to me. The only thing is
Yeah, it's
that
still not, like,
both the original
amazing, but
melody
it's
and this
very
more chromatic
good,
version
all
were
things
really
considered.
pretty stepwise all the time. So what if I asked it to do more skips? My next prompt asked it to stay chromatic, add more skips, and then also have it include some very fast notes in the melody, like 16th notes or even 30-second notes. I was hoping maybe to get some sort of quick, jaunty rhythm. Let's see how it did.
Oh, this one's, like,
This
jovial,
revision was a
almost.
bit of a disappointment. The notes were faster, sure, but the pitches were identical, and now it barely takes up more than a bar, and it completely ignored what I said about including skips. I tried again, but this time asking for a very long melody. I also asked for a different and unpredictable melodic contour, and emphasized that not only should there be skips, but they should be big ones. The results were interesting.
Can you give AI that to make something unpredictable? I feel like that's a conundrum in and of itself. Give it a different and very unpredictable contour. How would an AI deduce what would be unpredictable? I feel like that's, like, would immediately break it. Like, how do you tell AI to, like, randomly generate something here without, like, having an existential crisis? RNG? Yeah, but you'd still need that, like RNG is still a formula. Like, there is still a random number generator formula that it would need. Thanks to the tier 1 drain and the gift sub speech and the resub Aldraxis and but. Maybe a pattern it hasn't seen before? I guess? Maybe?
The results were interesting. On the one hand, it completely lost its head when it came to the rhythm. I guess that was a little bit my fault. My prompt suggested trying something new, and I didn't say to keep the rhythm the way it was. But on the other hand, in terms of pitch contour, this was a lot better. I genuinely kind of like it.
I mean, yeah, it's a very simple composition, but for an
So
AI
my
to
last
generate
prompt,
that
I
is
asked it to keep
extremely
doing what it was
impressive.
doing, but go back to a rhythm with a variety of short and long notes. Here's how that sounded. It used the same pitch contour that I liked so much last time. And there truly was a variety of short and long notes. The shortest note is a 16th note, and the longest note is a half note.
Let me see where it ends up here, because after... Oh, this one's called Self-Awareness.
4. The real problem, though, is that it shows absolutely no self-awareness.
Oh,
It confidently
okay.
states
Thank
that about
God.
a quarter of the intervals are skips, even though there's only one. It tells me it included a half note, and it tells me it lasts 8 measures of 3/4 time. Self-reflection is one of the most crucial aspects of composition, and of artistic practice more generally. When I compose, I'm entering a feedback loop in which I try things out, listen critically and evaluate.
I'm
make
glad we're not there with
adjustments, listen
AI yet.
again, and so on. Not only does this involve being able to accurately evaluate the composition in progress, but it also requires you to keep reimagining the final goal, which inevitably evolves during the process of creation.
This was a really cool and interesting video on ChatGPT's capability as like an actual composer. That's so fucking awesome, man. The possibilities with ChatGPT truly are endless. And just anything in that field of AI is just unreal. Just absolutely unreal. He's a tier 1 chubby in the resub splash. Who's your favorite metal band? Deftones. I flip-flopped quite a bit over the last couple of years. Used to be Rise to Fall, then it was Cybreed, but I think I'm just going back to Deftones. I can still listen to pretty much every song they've like ever made. Except their newest album, I wasn't too big of a fan. Thanks to the Bits command. Do you think card grading is a scam? I don't think it's a scam. I think it's highly worthless, though. Unless you're trying to make a living as a card seller, I don't know why the fuck you'd ever grade your cards. Or maybe it has personal meaning to you. In that case, that's fine, too. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for it. But it is so expensive to get your cards graded. And it takes like a fucking year to get them back. It is not worth it at all, in my opinion, unless, of course, again, you're trying to be like a card seller as a profession. If they go back to $10 grading per card, sure. Well, yeah, if it was cheaper, I'd say, yeah, fucking go hog wild. Bro, like, here, I pulled up the prices before, I'll do it again. Like, here, we'll do PSA, but I actually think Beckett's much worse with their prices. Here's their service and prices for PSA grading. $18 a card on just bulk uselessness of cards that are 200 or less. Then it's $30 a card for 400 or 500 or more. All the way up to $600 a card if it has a perceived declared value of 10k or less. That's crazy. And here, God forbid you have like a really like rare, worthwhile card. Look at that. It's sickening. I don't know why you would ever do it. Again, unless you are just trying to make a career out of fucking selling graded cards, which I would never recommend. I don't know why you'd want to make a career out of selling graded cards. You'd probably have a better career selling, like, actual product. Like old packs, old boxes, and shit like that, as opposed to the singles. Bet you're gonna do it? Nope. I've never graded a single card of mine. I do have a couple graded cards, but it's because in order to get that card, they only had graded options available. No one sells them raw. But trust me, if they had them raw, I would have bought them raw. I do not give a fuck about graded cards. There's a tier 1 Smog and the resub Octopi. Thanks the resub Bodacious. What are they? What, my two great, or my few graded cards? I've shown them before, I'll show them again. They're pretty rare. Two of them are for Yu-Gi-Oh! This one's the 1998 Mirror Force. This was before Konami had Yu-Gi-Oh! So this was Bandai when they printed it. I'm still pretty confident this is the only one in the world of this. I got this years ago, way before the card boom. So I've had this for a long time. So this is the old Mirror Force. This is the first print of it. And then the other one, this comes from Gladiator Assault. This is the Magic Formula Secret Rare. This is this was one of the hardest ones to find because nobody has these, so I had to get it graded, which was unlucky. I would have much rather had it raw, but no one had it. So those are the only options there. And then I have one Pokemon card that's graded. And it's because I couldn't get this fucking Pokemon card ungraded because everyone during the card boom graded all of their cards, so I had to get this, and this is the lowest grade I could find because, like I said, I do not care about it being graded, so this is the Shining Charizard First Ed. Those are my only graded ones. But I wish I never had them graded. I don't like it. You can crack the case open safely. No, I'm not risking ruining the card. No shot. Absolutely no shot. But I know. I've seen it. Trust me, I've already looked into it, but I'm not going to risk it. There's no reason for it. I've already found cool ways of displaying them even outside of, or even inside of these cases. But like I said, it wasn't my preference. He's the resub Private and Ernie Interprets. What card costs $250K for a PSA grading price? There's a few actually. So like a First Ed Charizard, there's I don't even think there's a single Yu-Gi-Oh card outside of like the Blackluster Soldier from the tournament back in the late 90s. The Pikachu Illustrator. Magic the Gathering has the Black Lotus as well as the, I think, Mana Vault. But yeah, there's probably only like 10, 15 Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Magic cards that go over that. This is mainly for your sports cards. Because a lot of those sports card collectors go fucking crazy with their prices. No, I don't think everything in the Power 9 is 250K plus. I'm pretty sure it was just the Black Lotus, and then I thought it was Mana Vault, but maybe not. Black Lotus isn't even really 250K. One just sold like 5 months ago for over $500,000, didn't it? Let me see. Yep, with Black Lotus sold at... This was a year ago. Wow, time flies. Black Lotus was sold at an auction for $511,000. And then in June 15th of this year, Post Malone just spent $800,000 on a Black Lotus. That was this year. Post Malone's a big MTG guy. Thanks for sub Roberto, Mark, and Biffy. And the tier 1 AJ. Oh yeah, no, I don't give a fuck. It's Post Malone's money. Let him spend 800 grand on it. At the very least, when it comes to card collecting, like, yeah, I think he got scammed. Like, this is way too expensive for a Black Lotus. He could have absolutely got it cheaper. But I think the reason he was fine paying that much for it is because he probably trusted the guy it came from, and it's a card collector, a community that he's clearly passionate about, so he had no problem just paying a markup to try and help that guy out and give him, like, a really big payday. Or maybe he really just has fuck you money and didn't even bother looking for a cheaper option. It was a special Black Lotus. It was an artist's proof. Oh, this wasn't even just a normal Black Lotus. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this. I didn't read it. I was just bringing up the most recent sales of the Black Lotus. Oh yeah, here you go. An artist proof Chris Rush signed Black Lotus. A normal Black Lotus goes for about 20k. I just find that hard to believe. An actual Alpha Black Lotus? I guess maybe raw. Let me see. Let's just look at raw ungraded Black Lotus. Here's an ungraded Black Lotus, and this is beta, so not as expensive as the Alpha, and it's up for 42k right now. And that's the cheapest one. There's a couple others at 44, 45, and 50. And that's beta too, that's not even alpha. Stepdad had a bunch back in the day. Him and his friends actively used them in their decks. I'm confident that your dad and his friends do not have alpha beta cards. Those are legitimately extremely rare. He's a tier 1 devil. Do you think there's art fraud in the card market? Abso-fucking-lutely. What? Yeah, of course. This is a life lesson for everyone. Any market at all, anything is going to have fraud. All of it. Now, it's going to be varying to different degrees, of course. I absolutely, 100%, I think everyone knows, like, normal modern art is mainly fraudulent. But every fucking field is going to have fraud in it. All of them. Every single fucking one of them. It's just, in some areas, it's more prevalent than others. These are some Paul and John. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see that, Camus. Yeah, I think Crypto King actually dropped Pokemon. He hopped off it because it stopped being hot. Have you seen the most expensive card in the world? Well, it depends on what we're talking about. If you just mean like most expensive card across anything card related, it's not going to be Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Magic. I think the most expensive card ever sold is still the Mike Trout baseball card, right? I think that went for $6 mil a few years ago. Let me see. Oh no, Mike Trout sold for 3.9 million. Okay, that's not the most expensive. Alright, what's the most expensive then? Someone spoil it for me. I thought it was Mike Trout being the most expensive, but his sold for about 4 mil. It's a Honus Wagner. Yep, 7.2. Yep, the Honus Wagner sold for 7.25 mil. Yeah, so the most expensive cards are not going to be Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Magic. They're sports cards every single time. A Mantle sold for 12. According to this article, the rare Honus Wagner baseball card is the most expensive card ever sold. It might not be the most expensive card ever listed. Let me see. Maybe the Mickey Mantle is listed for more. Oh yeah, Jesus, the Mickey... Oh wait. Oh, this just happened, that's why. Is this accurate? Yep, oh, this just happened, that's why it wasn't there. 1952 Mickey Mantle rookie baseball card sold for a record $12.6 million in August 27th of this year. Holy shit. Holy shit. Who the fuck bought that? Mickey Mantle's son. I have no fucking idea. I don't know who would want that badly for 12.6 mil. Jesus Christ. And it was fake? No way. No, I don't believe that. Where can I find out about that? Let me see, I'm gonna look that up right now. There's nothing comes up when I'm looking for it. This would be huge news if that turned out to be fake. That'd be a $12.6 million fake. That'd be like one of the most expensive counterfeits ever. There's no shot. This also went through such like rigorous inspection too. I'm reading about it here. Like before it was ever listed on the auction. There's no shot this was fake. Oh my lord. Listen to the history of this card in particular. The recently auctioned Mickey Mantle card sold for $1,000. Then 6 years later, Rosen repurchased the card for $40,000. He then sold it to a New Jersey waste management executive, Anthony Giordano, for what was then a record price of $50,000. This is back, like, when is this? 60s? Or timeline's a little fucked here. So then Giordano held onto the card for 30 years before putting it up for auction, and the rest is history. It just sold for 12.6 mil. Man, that guy must feel awful. Like, he sold it for $1,000. But then again, he had to hold on to this shit for 30 years. So this would have been the 80s then. He would have finally got his hands on this card in the 80s. Thanks to resub Chroma and Toad and Wayeti, Shroobs and the Prime Justin, and 5 gift subs Fish. Thank you, Fish. The tier 1 Corey and resub Silver and Prime Deximo. And the resub Rightwise. And the resub Saint. Man was jailed in Michigan for selling fake baseball cards for almost 3 years. Not surprised. That is not surprising at all. He's a tier 1 Kindred. Would you sell one of your cards in 30 years if they're worth 12 mil? What the fuck? Of course I would. Jesus Christ, yeah. All of my cards are in such terrible condition, I'd easily just rebuy it. In bad condition again. If one of my cards for some reason shot up to 12 mil, absolutely, I'd dump that in a heartbeat. What are you talking about? I don't have like any one-of-a-kinds in here. Everything you see just looks really good in the frame, but they're actually not in good condition. Because I don't really care about the condition. Like, they're not ruined or anything, but they're not PSA 10s, I'll tell you what. Imagine Moist Esports with 10 mil invested. Oh, fuck me. We'd be going big. We'd be going so buck wild right now. We'd have more teams in every fucking game. Except League. That's still too expensive, but everything shy of League. Ooh. Post Malone was on game nights. He does play MTG. Well, I know he does. He's a huge MTG guy. I'm well aware of that. Do you think there'll be another card boom like the one in the pandemic? No, I think that was very much lightning in a bottle situation. Do you have a Moist Esports roster posted somewhere? I'm pretty sure most of it's on Liquipedia. Have you... Oh no, I haven't seen that in price of inflation video, but I think I know what you're talking about. Someone recommended that not too long ago. Give me 2 seconds. I've been holding in a pee for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm back. Ooh. Thanks for your sub, Stoopy, Uber, and the 5 gift subs, Ali, and Fish. Thank you for that. Thanks for the gift subs. What's it called when you throw diamonds at a stripper? Is there a name for that? Oh, whoa. Hey, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 50 gift subs, Bobby. Jesus Christ, Bobby. Hope you had a great day, man. It's good to see you again. Hope you had a wonderful holiday. Thanks for the tier 1 hinge. Oh my god. Thank you for the fat drop. God damn. That's a big one. Thank you, man. Brings the prime scare. Your webcam off sync? Yeah, I don't know why. I haven't been able to fix it, so it is slightly off sync, unfortunately. It is what it is, though. It's not too bad. It's a tier 1 T. Do I wear jewelry aside from my earrings? No. But I saw a really fucking cool ring on Google I was thinking about getting for myself. I've never worn a ring in my life, not even like a class ring or anything, but this ring looked fucking cool. It was like a black band with purple tanzanite stones on it or something, but it was like $700. And I don't know if I'd ever even really wear it. It just looked really fucking cool. Let me see if I can find it again. No, I don't know where the fuck it was. I'm sure if I really looked, I'd be able to find it again. But yeah, I think it was cool. So I was considering it, but I don't really feel like paying $700 for something I'm not even sure I'm gonna wear. Thanks to the tier 1 empty, the resub, Imonix and Aurelius, and Thunder, and the prime private. Charging $700 for the vibes because that stone don't cost a lot. Yeah, I thought Tanzanite was supposed to be like a really cheap stone, but it looks cool. Like that purple, that deep purple is just real nice. Looked like a little infinity stone. Oh my god. Thank you for the 50 again, Bobby. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you for another huge drop. I'll take it your Christmas has gone well. I'm happy to see that. Thank you for the generosity. Thanks for the resub, Night and Blue. And thanks for the 5 gift subs, Ollie. Hope you had a good day, Ollie. And thanks for the 5 gift subs, Zayeta. Thank you for the generosity. Doesn't Tanzanite only come from one place in the world? The fuck do I look like to you? Some kind of rare stone expert? I have no clue. I have no idea at all. God damn, another one. Thank you, Fish. Appreciate it, Fish. Thank you. There's some Luke. Do you mean geologist? Nope. Nope. That's not the word I was looking for. And thanks to the resub Bagome. And Simper. And the resub Poop and Templar. No, I definitely I do plan on learning the speedrun. But I'm debating on learning it tonight. I haven't decided. Right now I'm enjoying just going through different little rabbit holes and shit. But yeah, Lego The Hobbit I think will be the next one that I run for sure. Thanks to Tier 1, amen. There you sub Tide Pod. Christ, and 10 gift subs Templar again, man. And Christina. And there you sub Bunny. Thank you for the generosity. Yeah, Lego The Hobbit has a really wacky little speedrun route. Last night of Dark and Darker. I know, that's why I'm so back and forth. If you're playing Dankin, we can do some high roller. I mean, Lego The Hobbit's not going anywhere. I don't think they're taking this off Steam tomorrow. I can always learn this, but Dark and Darker is going down. These are resubs Scrob in the Prime Afro. Be on in 30? Okay. Let me know when you're on. I'll hop on Dark and Darker. I'll hang out for now until then. Exit Tier 1V. Why is it going down? Oh, it's just a playtest. It's not fully out yet, so they just do these playtests that last like a week. And the week's about up. You become a wizard god. Hey, that's exciting. I think the wizard has so much potential to be great, but I was not willing to put in the time to learn it. Only complaint I have is enemy and room variety. Enemy variety is severely lacking. Room variety, of course, agreed. It's still very early in development, but also my biggest complaint by far is I hate how every item is exactly the same model. You would never be able to tell if something's like a higher quality or a better piece of equipment just by looking at it. They need unique designs on the items, the clothes, the weapons, all of it. But I'm sure that's something they're absolutely going to improve. There's a Prime Puted and resub Lancer. Talking about Dark and Darker. And the resub Stepsis, or Step Simon. Did you watch the Barbie trailer? Oh no, I forgot about that. Is it cool? Does it look good?
Since the beginning
Maybe
of
Tier 1
time,
Soggy.
since the first little girl ever existed, there have been dolls. But the dolls were always and forever baby dolls. Until...
Thanks, resub Mocha. This is just kind of weird. So what kind of movie is this? Like, what is it even about? Ryan Gosling, Margot Robbie, goddamn. What, like, is it supposed to be like the Lego movie, but for Barbie? Cool. %2 on Rotten Tomatoes? What the fuck? The movie's not even out yet. What do you mean? You said purple and Cheeto. What was the video idea for tomorrow, Cheeto? TikTok scammers? Yeah, go wild, man. There's so many on there. I'm sure Dad of Emo is going to be on tonight. Oh, or are you talking about Barbie? Oh, the scammers. Oh, nice. Yeah, you'll have fun. It's such an interesting rabbit hole. Interesting, not the right word. More of just sad. Hey, Godzilla. Thanks for resubmitting. Hope you're doing well. Is that who? What? Man, I don't fucking know. I don't know shit about Barbie. What do you want from me? Fucking referencing the toy houses here. I have no clue. Thanks to resub Dreg in the. Thank you again. Thank you, Fish. Thank you again for another 10 gift subs. And the resub magic. Now, if this was Max Steel, I'll tell you something. I could get real deep with Max Steel. I played the shit out of these toys. I even watched this dog shit movie. Made a whole video on how dog shit this movie was. And it got taken down. But before it got taken down, Max Steel followed me on Twitter for some reason. That was cool. Thanks to the resub magic. After the bad review? No, before actually. Way before I even watched the movie, they followed me on Twitter. I don't know why. But it was pretty cool. The movie looked absolutely atrocious from the start, but god damn it, they followed me on Twitter. They have a special place in my heart. Thought that was awesome back in the day. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Eamon. And the 5, Nicole. Thank you for the generosity. Oh, hey, Sweat. I appreciate the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you for that. Welcome. I hope you guys like going turbo with Max Steel, I guess. Exhibits Toad and Isaac. When's the next esports event? I'm actually not sure what the next big one is. I know the Apex major that we're in is mid-February? I don't know why I can't remember the date. But it's in the Copper Box, baby. We're coming back to the Copper Box. Right now we're 1-0 in majors at the Copper Box. That's where our Rocket League team took first place in the major. So now our Apex team is going back to the Copper Box, and I am hoping we take first again. That would be so fucking huge. That's like home turf for us at this point, bro. I love the Copper Box. That stadium's great. It's got some good history to it. Thanks to resub Neva, King Cocos, and the 5 gift sub Siren. Thank you, Siren. And the resub Parker and Bits Toad. No, I didn't see that pop up, Toad. I'm sorry, man. Well, I hope you had a good stream. Top 10 movies of the year. I did the Moisties for the top 5 movies of the year. There were not very many good movies this year. There's a couple great ones, but not many like consistently good ones throughout the year. Unfortunately. Great year for bad movies though. Fantastic year for shit films. Oh, I already said that. But thanks for the reset, Parker. You didn't watch a lot of movies? I did. The only big movies I didn't see this year, well, at least not when they came out, was Nope and Black Phone. Those are like the only two I can think of that I didn't see this year in like a timely fashion. Thanks for your sub, Kopi. Oh, and The Whale. I still haven't seen The Whale yet, I suppose. Fake fan? Not a fake fan. I just have literally not been able to go see The Whale yet. I will be seeing it, though, obviously. Favorite game of this year or of all time? All time City Heroes. Favorite comic of all time? Oh, Godslap. Easy. I did watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. What are you talking about? Thanks for 5 gift subs, Fish. Thanks, Fish. Worst game this year? I don't want to spoil it, but I already made my whole list for worst games of the year. I think most people are going to know what the worst game of the year is. It's pretty clear. There's like an objectively correct answer for the worst game of the year. There's only one game this year that was a absolutely unreal, almost historic flop from a beloved game studio that had almost no players on launch and barely functioned. There's been a lot of bad games this year, but there's only one that was actually on another level of dog shit. One quick text message, just give me 2 seconds. Okay. Honestly, looking back, it might be the worst game of the last decade. No. I was thinking about that too. It is the worst game of the last 3 years since The Culling 2 dropped. The Culling 2 is the only game that flopped harder and had less players than the game that we're talking about, you and I. I'm trying not to spoil the moisties, but I think most people already know what the worst game of the year was. I'm excited. Some people don't seem to know the game at the at least it's not popping into their head immediately. So the moisties still have that that bit of mysteriousness around who's going to be the worst. But there was a lot of good stinky games this year. It was another competitive list for shit games. Thanks for 5 gift subs again, Isaac. I don't think that, did Dying Light even come out this year? Wasn't that 2021? Oh my god, that was this year? Holy shit. Man, time moves so weirdly now. Yeah, doing Dark and Darker high roller runs once Dankin gets home, so should be pretty soon. Older you get, faster time moves. Man, we already had this existential discussion like 2 days ago. It sucks. Thanks to Prime Loxon. Fucking sucks. Yeah, I saw Glass Onion. It was good. I liked it a lot. Thanks to Resub Chaos. So many people said Glass Onion sucked. I disagree. It's very different than the first one. It's not nearly as serious. It leans a lot more into the goofiness. I don't want to get into spoilers. There's things I liked and things I didn't like. I didn't like it as much as the first one. Jackson fucking loved it. Jackson absolutely fucking loved it. He said it's his favorite movie of the year. I disagree entirely. But I did like it. Thanks for 10 gift subs, Slash. Merry Christmas. Hope you had a good day. And resub Koi. Yeah, doing Dark and Darker tonight, man. I'm just waiting on Dankin. Thanks for 10 gift subs, Pargus. Appreciate it, man. Merry Christmas, Linksy. High on Life speedrunning. That's an interesting idea. Is there any High on Life speedruns? Oof. Sub 240. Oh, wow. Hey. Huge. Crazy. There's the Prime Climber. No, that's not my channel. I wonder if this will end up being a good speedrun game. Next to tier 1 tissue. Do you support those channels? I mean, I'm not going to do anything about it. It does suck competing with myself, because a lot of these channels are started by people overseas, so as I'm streaming, they just immediately start uploading every moment of the stream to their channel. Whereas I can't do that. We can't do that. So I just have to fucking compete with myself at every single stage. Thanks, resub Squeefus. When you said that, I pictured you versus your clones. Yeah, I guess. They do it better. They do it worse, actually. I at least keep up to see who like the big ones are and also what they're making per month because it's actually fucking wild. They edit out any of the bad words. At least some of them do. So you're getting a worse experience. They just do it first. You're getting literally, like, clean edit, radio edit stream moments. Thanks, resub Phantom. And the Prime Slim. Do you have an official VOD channel? Well, of course I do, man. It's this one. Well, it's not just VODs. It's just everything. This is the only other channel I have, but I have to compete with all of the other ones. So then most people think this isn't even the official one either. And then what's been happening recently is these channels fight amongst themselves. So one of these channels I know recently went on a copyright striking spree against the other re-upload channels of my streams. So they've been cannibalizing each other. And then a couple of them I know have also reached out to a few of my friends to try and get my friends to back them, which is weird. So they've formed like these tribes of re-uploading like my stream shit amongst their channels, and they fight with each other internally. It's so fucking wild. Yeah, no, it's been quite the battle. I have been watching from the sidelines. Thanks, the resub Budge. Bro, I've seen 5 of them. Try 500. There's so fucking many. It is an unreal amount. Matt recently, there's a lot of, I'm sure most of you know, there's a lot of like companies whose whole existence is all about like copyright enforcement and shit, and I really just don't like that business model at all. But Matt was getting like personally offended at how many were doing this to the streams, so he reached out to them asking like, how many views a month are these channels getting? So they ran a report. It took like a week. These channels that are re-uploading my stream moments, just like raw streams playing a game or just stream moments, 100 million views a month. What that translates to into dollars these channels are making, because they're all monetized, is unreal. And this is just me. Imagine Asmon. Well, actually, I think Asmon strikes them down, so maybe not Asmon. I know Hassan has a ton of them. I think Kai had a ton. I don't know if he still does. I think a lot of streamers have been like acting like to stop that. I'm not positive, but imagine extending that to all the others. X has a ton of them. X has a lot of them. Yeah, it's a crazy amount. He's a tier 1 sass. Not Hassan, he likes it. Hassan gives the official nod to a few of them though, right? I'm pretty sure with Hassan it's only a couple select channels that he actually talks to the people behind, and I think they actually do a rev split, don't they? No, am I misremembering? Am I getting him confused with someone else? I might be getting him confused with someone else. Thanks to resub Makani. I haven't seen too many from Asmin then. I thought Asmin struck them down. I don't see a ton of like Asmin re-uploads outside of his official one. See it as publicity, so Hassan, X, and others don't care. Yeah, like I said, I'm not too big of a fan of like the copyright takedown shit, which is why I don't do anything and wouldn't do anything. But I just think it's always worth mentioning. Because then at a certain point you compete with yourself. Which fucking sucks. Thanks for the gift sub, Ivan. Thanks for the gift sub, Fatty. Why not upload the raw VODs yourself? I do. What do you mean? I literally do. Thanks to the Prime Pseudo. They're just faster. Because they're awake when we're asleep. Not all of them. Oh, well, I don't upload, like, just me hanging out, talking to chat. I upload, like, any gaming, any speedrunning, like, literally anything besides just hanging out with you guys. Those are the only things that don't get uploaded. And then also recently, because there's been just a lot going on, it's kind of fallen in the cracks. But, yeah, they all get uploaded. What do you mean offended? What the fuck is the point? The Twitch chat isn't on the screen, so this VOD would literally be me talking to ghosts. That would be the VOD. I'm talking... Like, they don't see you right now. It is me talking to nobody. Of course I'm not gonna fucking upload that on YouTube. Now, when I play Dark and Darker here, when Dankin's home, yeah, that VOD will go up. Thanks to the resub, Kiwi Bird. And the Bits Fatty. Cart Narcs, not a huge fan. Why are we never on screen? I just think that makes it look so messy. I don't know. It just feels like a lot to also have chat on screen. That just takes up so much real estate, so when playing a game or something, it's like, Jesus, it's just so much. You're home, Dankin? Alright, cool. Let me fill up my water. I'm hopping on. Give me 2 seconds. Thanks for your sub, Ruthie. Be right back.